And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings. Welcome back to the HomeStory Cup 24 Group D Part 2. I'm, of course, your host, Light VIP. With me, I'm joined by my lack of webcam and by the people of Bologna, as I am still here. I believe my third day. It's all blending together in Poland. It's great to be here. It's great to be back, and great to be bringing you some more StarCraft action. Now, it's been a couple of weeks. It's been like 2-3 weeks since our last HomeStory Cup broadcast. Basically, before Masters Coliseum. Masters Coliseum took up all of our broadcasting time, all of our broadcasting schedule. We were hyper fixated on Masters Coliseum. Now that we are done with it, now that it's wrapped up, we can focus on catching up with everything else. And here we go. As we switch our scenes over, we can have a look at what is to come tonight. Here are our matches. Now, actually, before I get ahead of myself, to give you a bit of a taste, or to remind you what we broadcasted last time, we can have a look here at the first half of the group. Now, HomeStory Cup is an event that occurred in December. I was going to say last month, but actually now more than a month ago. So it was early December of 2023 was HomeStory Cup. And as you can imagine, as we are based mainly in the land of Australia, we did miss out on a lot of the broadcast of it. I was able to tune into some of the playoffs, but I missed out on everything that happened in the group stage. So in case there were also people that were maybe like-minded, maybe they missed out on the group stage, maybe it was just at a bad time, then we are here to catch up with all the groups. We have already casted all of Group A, Group B, Group C, and now we are here in Group D. And this is what we did broadcast a couple of weeks ago here on the channel, the first half. And something that was interesting about the first half of Group D, as you can imagine, was Rainer. Was the fact that he played Protoss. He played Protoss against Mixu. He did off-race against our Zerg player here with mixed success. It does say 2-0, but it was a very close 2-0. And Mixu, he held his own against Rainer and almost did bring him down as well. So big shout out to Mixu for going toe-to-toe with the Protoss of Rainer. Rainer may be a little bit overconfident. I mean, did 2-0 either way, but alas, was shown that he was not infallible in the PvZ matchup. Likewise, we had Rainer switching back to Zerg against Trigger, of course. We were able to feature Scarlet as well. Shout out to Mixu. Mixu didn't just look good against Rainer, but also went to the ace match against Scarlet as well in that ZVZ. So great to see Mixu able to put on a show there. And meanwhile, we had Hero Marine just kind of really flex. That was the series against Scarlet where Hero Marine did actually go mech, played Cyclone against Scarlet, and I'm curious if Hero Marine is going to play Cyclone again, a mech variation again against Rainer. Switching on over here, we have tonight's matches, the second half of the group. Again, it is a round-robin group stage, so everyone played against each other, and we still have to feature Trigger versus Mixu, Rainer versus Scarlet, Hero Marine versus Rainer, Mixu versus Hydra, and Trigger versus Scarlet as well. So we still have a good 5 best-of-3s ahead of us. We are going to have a break in between, just to kind of break up the matches and to calm things down a little bit. We will most likely have a break after Hero Marine versus Rainer, or before, depending on how long the series are and how deep we go. So we'll have a break in the middle, and then we'll continue the group and end the group stage of HomeStory Cup. The Galactic Battle, as I do have to remind myself, that's what it was called. Sorry, Galactic Rumble, that's it. We had the HomeStory Cup Galactic Rumble, then we had the House SC2 Cup Galactic Battle, because everything is galactic nowadays. I'm shaking my head. But I hope everyone's been doing well. Massive shout to Apoptosis in the chat. But the Goblin King himself. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great time. I know nowadays Apop has kind of taken a break from StarCraft, but I think it was a couple of weeks ago where Apop was lured into casting with Chicken Man. Chicken Man was able to drag Apop on and have him cast a couple of games of StarCraft. So welcome back. Hope that you're able to settle back into either StarCraft or maybe a future RTS like Stormgate or Zero Space. Regardless, good to see you and hope you're doing well. Hope you're taking care, bud. Hope you're taking care. Much love to Apoptosis. As of course we are going to be diving into this. Our first match of the night is going to be Trigger versus Mixu, a PvZ, followed by many other matches. I have to double check. We'll get there. Whether or not Raynor actually off-raced or not against Scarlet, I will be confirming that once we get up to that. And yeah, for now, it's going to be a ZVZ, but it could be a Protoss versus Zerg. I would not be surprised if Raynor does off-race against Scarlet. I mean, if Raynor is willing to off-race against Serral, there's no Zerg player that he shouldn't really be willing to off-race against. I say that Raynor did have to switch back to Zerg the last time he off-raced against Dark. He had a hard time against Dark, but that's also Dark, to be fair. As we are going to be jumping on into this, and again, game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn as we dive into Trigger versus Mixu. Let's go. Again, both players up-and-comers in their respective regions. Mixu, he's been rising through the ranks over in the land of Europe. Meanwhile, Trigger likewise has risen the ranks, and he is now in the upper echelons of competitive players in the Americas region. I would say that Trigger is up there along the likes of Estrella and Scarlet. Recently, Kelazur has also been vying for that spot, and Kelazur has been doing insanely well in the most recent regionals. We'll see though. We'll see how our players do perform. As diving into game number 1, we have spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. Here we go again. Trigger has found more success in his region. I would say that he has, excelled quite a lot in skill. I do think that Mixu is still on his way there. He's still building himself up, still been improving over the past year, over the past couple of months especially. And it's exciting to see that Mixu has been improving. He has been getting better. He's also been traveling quite a lot as well. Mixu, he was at DreamHack Atlanta. He was in the open stage, which was really cool to see him competing there. But we'll see how he does here at HomeStory Cup. He has a lot to prove. He's already done well for himself, forcing Scarlet to the ace match and not looking bad against Raynor's Protoss. But how does he look against Trigger's main race? As for now, he forsake the unnatural. Natural, Probe Scout going to be coming in. Standard opener here at a Mixu. Talking about Mixu a little bit, he's not really much of an aggressive player. Mixu, he's very much so macro-oriented or mid-game oriented. I'm not really familiar with Mixu really going for many like Roach Queen all-ins and Roach Queen walks across the map, or Nidus base all-ins, or cutting workers like sub 50 or sub 60. He can play on 3 base and it can be very 3 base heavy, but again, that's like very mid-game oriented typically from Mixu. Doesn't really spice things up too early on. He's not really one to go gas first or 12 pool or something, at least not in this matchup, at least not in the games that I've seen. And for now, that continues to be true. For now, we do have Trigger back at home, going for his gate expand, throwing down his pylon, looking poised for a Stargate opener. Trigger, likewise, isn't one to deviate too much when it comes to his play in PvZ. Likewise, he's very macro-oriented as well. I haven't really seen too much of Trigger going for like a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, for example, or a Twilight Council into DTs. So, should be a Stargate. There we go. Stargate is on the way. Going to be sinking our teeth into this PvZ, and so far everything is looking as it should. Really, we're looking for 80 points of deviation once Trigger gets his Stargate up and running. Once we get into Oracles, we should be going for a 3rd base. Once we get our 3rd base up and running, then we're going to be working on our next form of tech. Whether it's a Twilight Council on a Forge, Robo Forge, or Twilight Council on its own, there's a lot available here to Trigger. We'll keep our eye on the Protoss. Meanwhile, it's going to be on Mixu to react, to scout, to react, to drone, to figure out what Trigger is up to respond to it, to try to punish it if at all possible. For now, Trigger just going to be threading a shade in towards the main. Again, trying to get a read on what's going on. Does commit to the shade. Going to pick off the Ling. Only 1 Ling to respond. Can we get a drone? That's the question. Can we get a worker here as we do force out a Spore Crawler? 1 drone does go down, and the Adept is going to be able to escape these Lings. Does shade away towards that 3rd base. At the same time, Queens are lying in wait, though. Oh, the Adept taking a lot of damage here, and the Adept is gonna go down. A little bit of a greedy maneuver there at a Trigger. Does trade 1 for 1. Did get a couple of Lings, but the downside is he loses an Adept. That may not sound like a lot. It's like, oh, he just lost some depth. That does mean that this third is that much more vulnerable. Usually you have 2 adepts here. Usually 2 adepts with SimCity and you protect the third base, but the Lings have arrived. There's only 1 adept here and we can dive on it. It's so low from earlier. The adept, it's battered, it's bruised, and the adept, it should go down. We get a kill on the probe, and this is all because 1 adept died across the map. Again, that's why these first couple of units are so important here for Protoss, and Trigger is delayed as a result. Still gets it up and running, but again, it was slowed down quite a bit due to Mixu taking advantage of the situation. Lings, they arrive once again, they go for the probe, and they will barely... Can they get it up? Up! They will! Probe goes down, we get a free scout of the main base as the wall was not a wall at the same time. Oracle does get across the map, but no damage is dealt, as Yorko is still looking for a way in, but the Queens, they do keep up with the rotations for the most part. Yeah, no economic damage being done here. So far, a good defense out of Mixu, a free scout of the main base. He confirms the continued Oracle production. He also sees a lack of additional tech for now. And there is our transition, and the Ling does confirm. The Ling did see the Twilight Council at least. Is somewhat aware of the transition, and honestly, so far, Mixu is playing well. He's playing quite well here. He's keeping up with Trigger, punishing him at times. And Trigger needs to tighten things up here. Now, what I will say is that thankfully Trigger hasn't lost any of his oracles. He still has 3 oracles active on the map. He's still looking for a way in. Hasn't found too much damage yet, but can always threaten his opponent. Oh, as he does take quite a bit of hull damage again. Mixu, he was lying in wait. He was in position. Behind this, Forge and Twilight Council, there should be +1 in Blink. We have seen charge variations, but yeah, Blink is going to be on the way here for Trigger as he builds up towards the mid-game, towards eventually Blink Stalker aggression. Now, the next big thing, as Mixu is going to have to hold on to his 4th base, but yo, with 3 oracles, we can force a cancel. Queens are waddling on in, but I think it's too little too late. This base, it's going to be denied. Yeah, the oracles, they do focus it down, and that's... No! That's gonna be a kill, not a cancel. The first big mistake here from Mixu. Ay, ay, ay. That is 300 minerals down the drain. Again, just a little bit too late to react there, a little bit too late to cancel, and suddenly, any small advantages that Mixu once had, not really there anymore. Not anymore. Not after losing that base in such a manner, and... Now suddenly Trigger's in the driver's seat. He's building up towards +1, towards Blink. Ling's going to be trying to harass here at the 3rd base location, but Trigger is perfectly fine, working towards his robo. There's no big gateway explosion, so we're not really committing too hard. We're pushing, yes, that is true. We are moving out. We're vying for map control, but nothing too major yet here, which means Mixu has time to build up. He has time to recover. He's double expanding. He needs to. Double expanding at this point, taking up towards a Roach Warren. Infestation bit would be Hive Tech as well. Mixu is being quite greedy here, and he needs to be greedy to catch up with that lost base earlier with the lost economy. Trigger has the better economy right now because of that dead 4th. Trigger continues to apply pressure. Again, he doesn't really intend to commit, but if he can get a Queen, that'll be ideal, and it looks like he will get one. Queen goes down, no transfuse available. Lings, they try to get a surround going, but the Oracles are here to support, and the Lings, they cannot touch this. They cannot touch these Stalkers. Again, a good kind of location, good engagement there from Trigger. Does blunder that recall though. Blunder the blink, I should say. The recall forced to try to evacuate here, but a couple of Stalkers do go down. Big moment for Mixu. He kills how many? 3 Stalkers. Not bad. 3 Stalkers do go down. And behind this, we're droning. We're droning as hard as we can. We're trying to saturate our 4th base. We're using our 5th just for Larva. We're trying to get things back up and running. Mixu working towards Ling Roach Ravager. Actually, Roach into Hydra. Okay, Mixu looks like he wants to head towards Hive Tech, towards Lurkers, which makes sense, right? The Hive is already on the way. Lurkers should be on the horizon as well. If Trigger is passive, then Mixu can get away with this. And thankfully for Mixu, a couple of things are going his way. 1, 4th base. We have a 4th base in production. Ling's going to be dealt with here. A couple of probes go down. But again, a 4th is on the way, and we're teching. We're not going for a gateway explosion. We're going for a bay. We're going for a Templar Archives, +2 charge. Trigger, again, isn't pushing anytime soon. He is making 2 Colossi at a time, but by the time he has 4 Colossi, by the time he can be active, Mixu should be able to build up towards Lurker Tech. Like, Trigger, there should be a little bit of urgency. on the side of Trigger, but I don't think he really has any. He doesn't know how much danger he's in. He doesn't realize what we're taking up towards. Oh, we do scout those Vipers, though. Big revelation from Trigger. He's aware of the Hive Tech, at least. But even though he's aware, he can't really do anything about it. Not anymore. Big stasis. Oh, my God. Massive stasis trap here on those Lings. Roaches are going to be forced back at the same time. Lings, they try to go for a big counterattack, but there's a Colossus lying in wait. Overcharge is popped. The Roaches, they're not going to do much here. They're going to kill maybe a couple of workers. They can maybe threaten that Colossus as well. Can they actually bring it down? It's going to be close. It is going to be close, and it looks like the Colossus will barely hold on. Does barely survive as well. Big commitment there from Mixu. Doesn't get any damage done. At the same time, he collapses here on these Stalkers. Overcharges on cooldown. But there's a little bit too much here in position. Trigger, he is holding. He forces this back. Lurkers are now on the way. Vipers are building up. We do have a decent army that is in the works here for Mixu. But as time goes on, Trigger is getting further and further ahead. Like, he's got his Colossi Immortals on the way. Mixu has to be very careful. It feels like he wants to push in, but I'm not really sure if he has to be this aggressive, to be honest. Like, I don't think Mixu has to be in the face of Trigger. I think, again, Mixu needs time to build up his Lurkers. If he pushes in now too early, then he may lose everything. Uh-oh. Speaking of, we are pushing on forward here. There's almost nothing protecting these Lurkers at the same time, though. A big counterattack. We force a recall. A big moment here as Trigger is forced to recall back home to deal with this army, which means these Lurkers are left safe. Or are they? We left just enough back at home, and it looks like we get one Lurker. One Lurker goes down. We barely don't have enough to get the others. Meanwhile, 21 probes for these Lings. They go ham. Oh my God, the +2 melee Lings. They just wreak havoc here. They do clean up this middle line. 21 probes go down, and the Lurkers, they're slowly pushing forward. Again, there aren't a lot of Lurkers. I'm concerned that Mixu is overextending, but he has crippled the economy, and he does slip in with a couple of Roaches. Does get into the natural base. Probes are going down, and Mixu doing quite well here. And here we go. 6 Lurkers on the way. This will actually produce a decent army. 10 Lurkers in total with Vipers, with Ling Hydra. Mixu not looking too bad. Big Ling counterattack on the right hand side. The Vipers are a little bit exposed. It looks like one Viper goes down for free. But we come in from behind. We yoink one of the Colossus. We get one. We get two. And both Colossi will go down. Looking at the units tab here. 0 Colossus left. We're trying to get into Immortal production. Trigger, he's trying to refine his army. Trying to deal with these Lurkers. But it's too little too late. We have hit critical mass of Lurkers. Mixu, he has done it. He did stumble a little bit here and there, but for the most part, he did correctly identify that he could rush into Lurkers, that he could take advantage of Trigger. The Trigger was being a little bit too tech heavy, and Mixu, he got away with it. The 4th base is going to be going down. Stalkers, they try to catch reinforcements. They do catch a bunch of Queens. Queens are going to be going down, but at the same time, though, this 4th base will fall, and Trigger, he's stuck on 3 bases. He's going to try and wrap around, but alas, Mixu does get eyes on this. Where's the detection? No detection inside. No observer. There's only one Oracle. Ay, ay, ay. Only one Oracle here. Bit of a charge lot Archon run by. Army pushing forward, but there are Lurkers to defend. And again, with no detection, how do we push in? We don't. We cannot push in. Trigger cannot do anything about this army. Zealots are being cleaned up. Drones did go down, but we try to push into Lurkers and we lose so much in the process. Now, Mixu did lose 14 drones. His economy's not looking too hot, and hey, it looks like we do clean up most of these. Oh my God, never mind! Most of the Lurkers, but no, we do get some massive spine shields off here on the army. Big revelation, we do clean this up. Trigger double expanding right now, trying to resaturate his 4th base. Trigger does have an army, does have a lot of Immortals. Looking at our units tab here, 6 Immortals with the army. Do almost get one of those Vipers. Not the best yoinks. We get a Stalker and a Zealot, but, you know, efficient trades nonetheless. As the Ling run by does threaten those High Templar. Storm is not done. No storms here for the Protoss. The Zealot run by doing what it can, threatening drones here, threatening a mineral line. But shouldn't really be able to achieve too much here as the main armies are about to clash once again. The Lurker! No, no. Oh, it's okay. We're all on move command. It's all good. The lurker does manage to waddle away. Now, when it comes to this game state here, I still want to give the edge to Mixu, but Trigger is actually making more workers. He's got a slightly better economy. He's building up his immortal count, but he is out of position. Oh my god, incredibly slow. Mixu pushes in towards the third base, towards the fourth. He's going for the kill. He's going to cripple the economy here of Trigger, and Trigger's going for a base trade. There's no turning back. There's no turning around. A full-on base trade here, but this has to be in favor of Mixu. Trigger, he loses 34 probes. Mixu can turn back around. At the same time, Trigger going to be collapsing on this army. Does have an observer. The lurkers are going ham. They're getting so much damage done. And yeah, we cannot push in. Not into these lurkers. Not into these bases. Meanwhile, Trigger, his economy in shambles. Trying to get another base up and running. He still has a decent immortal count. But we still have so much in favor of Mixu. As he picks apart the army, gets an Archon. Snipes the observer. And Trigger behind this, he's barely limping along here. Trying to move out. Does now have Storm in 10 seconds. But it may just be too little too late. Storm is something that we did need far earlier. And here we go. Mixu going for the final engage. Diving on the army. Show us the storms. With storms, we can still take a fight. Just one, though. We don't really have the economy to sustain a remax. Yeah, oh my god, massive storms on the Hydras. The best storms that Trigger could have hoped for. But even with that, he's still behind. Oh, yoinks an immortal. An Archon, another immortal. Big storm here on the Hydras. But again, Mixu can take a couple storms to the face. He can afford to lose a chunk of his army, and he will still be okay. Storms once again zone back Mixu. You can see that the army supply is actually quite close. Oh my god, the Hydra's going to be going down. Is there a world? Okay, we do deny the 5th base. If Trigger can somehow get on top of these lurkers, the problem is, okay, he does have detection. He had detection, no longer. Observer gets sniped. Observer does get abducted. Another observer is on the way. Without observers, Mixu has time to rebuild. Once again, he can remax. I mean, I say remax. Just rebuild his army. Get a couple more lurkers up and running. And Trigger, he's backing off. Resaturating. He has an economy. Somewhat. Feedback. Oh, 1 second too late. Do yoink them in. Mortal goes down. At the same time, big zealot counterattack here. Actually, Trigger, he's going to get a kill in this space. Does get a kill in the hatchery. Mixu is suddenly hurting here. You can see how little resources he has. He's got a couple of patches here at the natural, one patch in the main, a couple of patches at the 3rd base. No mining, no full base. Trigger, are we pulling this off? I mean, he's been preserving a lot of his immortals. Like, he has 7 immortals. 1-to-1 with the ultras. Big storm. Oh, the ultras are getting caught out. Ultras? Sorry, lurkers, what I meant to say. The lurkers are getting caught out. One lurker gets picked off. The army trying to engage. Big storm here on the Hydras. Mixu, so much was going his way. He was crippling the economy. He was shutting Trigger down. But these storms have been insane, and the immortal count is still very much so high. Still up and running. We force back the Hydras. Trigger has controlled this game. The big deciding factor, the economy. The fact that Mixu doesn't have a mining base. Like, he's got like half, if not a third of the base here, and even here at the natural. Trigger is just fully mining at his 4th. And Trigger, he rotates, he finds another hatchery, he's going to get a kill. Going to force a cancel. Does force a cancel. Army comes in from the right hand side. We get on top of a queen. We get one queen. We're going to get another as well. And another. GG gets called, and Trigger, he does it. He bounces back in a very close game. And we'll take game number 1. GG. Papi. GG, well played. A bit of a roller coaster ride of emotions there where things were in favor of one player, then another. Trigger, he was struggling a little bit there. He, again, we did mention how Trigger, he had a bit of an advantage early on, and he took that advantage and he decided to go for a fourth base, tech up into double robo, be very passive, but build up towards a stronger later game, rushing into all that Colossus production essentially, and all the tech as well. Meanwhile, when Mixu realized what was happening, when he saw that Trigger was going to be passive, what did he do? Well, he double expanded and he teched up into Hive. He teched up into Lurkers, got into Lurker tech, and with that Lurker tech, Mixu was dominating. He was achieving so much. He was counterattacking, he was defending, he was trading very well here against the Protoss. But a couple of fights went awry. A couple of fights went the way of Trigger. Big storms were connecting. Trigger was pulling his opponent apart with Zealot run-bys. Very impressive. Very impressive. Given the game state, given how difficult things were for Trigger, for him to hold on, to bounce back, to fight back, and to take game one. Impressive stuff. GG. GG, well played. With that, Trigger takes a lead in the series, and now we're going to be getting into game number 2 on Hardlead. Big shout out in the chat. Oh, I see Chileno, Singaporean. I see Psych as well. Hello, welcome, welcome. Again, shout out to Babylings for the first Quacker alive in the wired. Easy Phil, Rafroff. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Here we go, and now spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hardlead, we have our red Protoss player representing Basilisk, the Canadian Protoss. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Berserker Esports, the Finnish Zerg. It is Mixu. Here we go. Hola de Argentino, papi. Oh, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Buenas noches, buenas noches. Hello, ¿qué tal? Pecoeta in the chat as well. Hope you've all been enjoying yourselves, and I hope you're all enjoying this kind of lull in content. There's a reason why we have the freedom, the time right now to go over some of these replays, to go over some of these matches that have been, you know, around for a while, is because I am Katowice. It is in a couple of days. It's in less than a week. Be sure to mark your calendars and be there for the event. Enjoy the celebration of StarCraft that is to come. And again, this is just a good way to warm up towards it. And yeah, Trigger, he did end up winning that last game, but again, he had to fight for it. He had to fight hard for that win. It was not easy whatsoever, which is impressive. Like, in general, I would rate Trigger a little bit higher than Mixu. I don't think Mixu has really had the opportunity to really shine too hard. Has, of course, been competing in his regionals for ESL Masters Winter in the European regionals, and has been quite active in the online tournament scene, but is still yet to really break into the upper echelons of even the higher mid-tier Zergs in Europe. You know, when I think of the other Zerg players in Europe, I still think of players like Young Yakov higher, Wayne of course higher as well. There's a lot of competition in Europe, and it's hard to really stand out, hard to really shine. But really great to see Mixu, of course, fighting back here against the best Protoss in Canada, the best Protoss in all of Canada, and we'll see if Mixu can bounce back here and force the ace match. For now, standard openers, Hatch Gas Pool here from Mixu. Force take the unnatural natural. Trigger going for a gate expand into Cybercore into our tech of choice. It is going to be another Stargate opener, as to be expected, but we are loading into Hardlead. Hardlead, short rush distance by ground. Short rush distance by ground can lend quite well to these Roach Queen all-ins, and based on this third base location, the triangular third, it would be really good to spread creep across map, to turn this base into a bit of a creep launch pad to get across map to facilitate for an all-in, assuming that's going to be the case here. This is something that is available to Mixu if he wants to try to make use of it and try to make use of this creep. Otherwise, he could just go for a bit of a longer game instead. We'll keep our eyes mainly on Mixu here, as once again, it's going to be an Oracle first. Oracle first into a third base, into triple Oracle production, just like game number 1. Hola, vecino. As Adepts, they do get into the middle line. 2 drones go down. This time, Trigger being much more attentive to his units. Remember, last game, Trigger, he lost an Adept, and that snowball out of control that meant that his third base was delayed. This time, he keeps both Adepts alive. He does manage to escape. Buenas noches. Un abrazo, papi. Oh, abrazo, papi. Abrazo. Anda mi mid. Good to hear you're doing well. As for now, we're just setting up here on 3 bases. Spores on the way. We're droning up as we speak. Meanwhile, a couple of Lings, they do slip in. The wall is not a wall. The wall, it was wide open. We get 4 probe kills here in the natural base. That's quite a lot of damage, and we're not done yet. We're looking for another probe kill. We get a 5th. We get a 5th worker. Can we get a 6th? We can barely not. The Adepts, they make it back into the main base. Again, Trigger, he was in position to protect his third, not in position to wall off. It's still wide open, by the way. Probes, they're being pulled back over. Lings finally get cleaned up, but that was a lot of damage. That was insane. You can see here the economy going deep into the blue in the aftermath. 6 drones went down. Sorry, 6 probes went down for only a handful of Lings. These Oracles, they got a lot of work to do. They get 1 drone kill, they get 2, but they take a lot of hull damage. Trigger does have to back off. At the same time, Trigger, he tries to dip into the main base. We have an interesting follow-up. This looks like potentially charge. We're going for double forge. We're going for Twilight Council into double forge, double upgrades. Very interesting choice here for Trigger. This does mean that Trigger can hit a really strong timing with 2-2. Like a really strong 2-2 timing is going to be available here for Trigger as he is working towards, yep, charge, which is what we assumed. Charge benefits the most from armor upgrades just because you need those zealots to actually close the distance and get on top of your roaches and hydras and lurkers as well. So it is going to be, I imagine, Charge Lot Archon out of Trigger. Meanwhile, we do see Mixu back at home chilling, droning up, working towards roaches. Now the Oracles are still being very active. Adepts, they do shade into that third base once again. Drones are going to be going down. Get a couple of workers here. Meanwhile, across the map, the Oracles still threaten a dive. Still do threaten a way in. We do commit, actually, and we're going to get a couple more workers. I mean, 4 workers in total. It's okay, but the Oracles did take a lot of damage. We did lose a lot of the Adepts, or the Adept count was reset. Trigger. When do we pull the trigger here? We have a big gateway explosion. Okay, it's going to be 8 gates. 8 gates alongside charge. Oh, actually, 4 gates in the main. 2 gates here at the natural. 6 gates for the time. There we go. 8 gateways in total for Trigger. Going to be with 1-1. I imagine he's going to be moving out with his Archons. As in, as soon as the Temple Archives is done, we will be pushing. And can Mixu survive is the question. Was another 2 workers go down. Mixu, though, going to be cutting workers here at 3-base saturation. Mixu already building up towards roaches. We have +1 range. We have roaches that are amassing. We have decided here to cut workers. This is what we spoke about. So Mixu, he's cutting workers at 66. That is 3-base saturation. We're done droning, and now we max out with pure roaches. Now, what's important here is that these roaches don't have the best upgrades either. We have +1 range. We have not started +2. Instead of +2, we're hyperfixated on just building up even more roaches. And this just so happens to be coinciding with Trigger pushing. Trigger, he is pushing here with his timing of 1-1. 1-1 is about to finish up, but we have more than enough to deal with this. We clear up some of that creep. We're trying to lure the army further into the bases here of Mixu. Roaches, they do reveal themselves. Roach speed still on the way. We try to engage. Good transfuses here from the Queens. Roaches, they barely do hold on here. Good kiting from Mixu as well. The Zealots are getting damage done. They do pick off a couple of roaches. A lot of roaches, actually. Zealots are breaking through. But as I say that, they're being cleaned up. And what is left here with the army? There's 1 Archon remaining. There used to be an Archon remaining, and no longer. We shut it down, and now we trigger a massive counter-attack. And remember, Mixu cut workers at 66. He hasn't made a drone in a good 3 minutes. And Trigger, he's been probing. He's been probing, taking an expansion, taking up into 2-2, working towards immortal production. He's been working on that next step when Mixu, he's here and now in his face. He's here in the face of Trigger. Trigger, he has to give up the base. Nexus will fall. No, we just ignore it. We just keep on pushing anyway. Keep on pushing towards the bases here of Trigger. He's up against the wall. He's building up a couple of Archons. He's got an Immortal. The Queens, they have arrived. Creep is being spread. Technically, it is a Roach Queen all in. Technically. Zealot run by. Ooh, wreaking havoc here back at home. But Mixu doesn't care. Remember, he's all in. He doesn't care about his economy. He doesn't care about his fourth base. Reinforcements will clean up those Zealots, and now we can focus on our main push. Focus on breaking into the natural. Other Biles, they take down the Stasis Trap. Will not connect. Now, Mixu, he's maxed out. He's at 200 supply already, and he has to pick and choose. Does he push into the natural, or does he push into the third base? Or why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos? As he catches the Immortal. The Immortal goes down. Big pick off there. Immortal falls, Archon as well, and Trigger, he just doesn't have enough to really fight against this. He has a lot of shield batteries, but what good can they do here? Against all these roaches, there's just a death ball of an army. Mixui shuts down the army, shuts down the site defenses. A handful of units remaining here. There's one Immortal on the right-hand side, I believe. One Immortal over towards the left. They go for a desperate warp-in of Stalkers. But again, there's just too much. Just a wave of Zerg crashing into the third, crashing into the natural. And Trigger cannot stop it. GG gets called. We are going to the ace match. GG, well played. Mixu, again, having a much stronger game here. He had a really interesting start as well. Remember, he killed a lot of probes. He was able to somehow slip into the main, slip into the natural with a bunch of lings. He killed so many workers early on. He set himself up for success. We saw that Trigger in the aftermath was being a little bit greedy and being very tech heavy. He ended up hitting his 1-1 timing, but he wasn't really reinforcing. And the problem was that his Trigger was trying to recover and trying to work on that next step. It was Mixu who had cut workers. Mixu, he had cut drones very early on. He had cut workers at 66, if you remember. It was a 3-base all-in out of Mixu, and Trigger didn't realize. He didn't realize how all-in Mixu was and how committed he was to his push. As a result, Trigger was caught with his pants down, and now we're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game number 3. Let's go. Game number 3 going to be up next here. And it's going to be taking place on Site Delta. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Is being forced into the ace match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Finnish Zerg player, tying up the series, forcing game number 3. Can he go the distance? Can he go all the way? The Finnish Zerg player representing Berserker Esports, it is Mixu. It all comes down to Site Delta, and we'll see. I mean, both players had their moments. They both had their advantages. I think what's a little bit concerning is that even in the game that Trigger won, Mixu was ahead. Mixu, he was ahead in that game. He was in a lead, and Trigger had to fight so hard for that lead, or to fight back in that game and to even things up, to close things out. So it doesn't bode well here, but again, maybe Trigger just needed to warm up, and maybe he can perform better here in the ace match. We'll see. We shall see. As for the time being, it is going to be a hatch gas pool standard opener out of Mixu. Meanwhile, Trigger going for a gate expand into a cybercore standard opener as well. We spoke about this before, about how, again, Mixu, he does thrive in the mid game, and even as we just saw in that last game, 3-base all-ins, like, that's as aggressive as I feel like Mixu will get. I don't expect like 2-base all-ins or gas first or like a Bane bust. Not really his MO, but we'll see. We'll see if he does bring something different, something new to the table here. As for now, standard openers all around. Trigger should be working and teching towards his Stargate, towards Oracle production. Likewise, Mixu back at home, just going to be droning on up, working towards his queens, working towards a handful of lings, and there it is, ling speed is on the way. Is going to be on the way here. There's that third base on time as well. So again, not a 2-base all in. We're just droning, we're just chilling, just working on map control. There's that Stargate that we spoke about. And again, this should be an Oracle. This should be an Oracle opener out of Trigger. He shouldn't be deviating too much. I mean, personally, I would love for him to mix in a Void Ray first. But I don't know if, again, Trigger's that kind of player. Void Ray openers are so very aggressive and they allow you to catch your opponent off guard. But again, I doubt that's going to be the case this game, as yep, there it is, Oracle first here from Trigger. Once again, 3 games in a row. Now, what's important is that so far in this series, despite the constant Oracle openers, Trigger hasn't really found any damage. The damage that he's dealt has been mainly off of Adepts. He's maybe killed like 4 drones at a time, but nothing too major, no critical damage. Mixu, his queen positioning, his queen defense, so far at least, has been on point. Has been on point here. We'll see if that continues. As the Adepts, they do get in towards that natural base. Good positioning here, making use of the terrain, making use of the mineral patches to reduce that surface area. As we do shade in towards that third base, we do focus on a couple of workers. Up. We do get a handful. 2 drones barely go down, but the queens are in position. We focus on the Oracle. And the Oracle does fall. 4 workers for 2 Adepts and 1 Oracle. That is not a good trade for Trigger. That is brutal. So a big win here for Mixu. Trigger bleeding out a lot of units back at home, working on his second forge, working on his second Oracle, into a third Oracle, into a forge behind this. Forge first. Interesting. I'm curious if this is going to be a Forge Robo opener. Keep our eye here on Trigger as the Lings, they get in and they get 2 probe kills already. A free scout of the main base, a third probe goes down. Those Lings, they have arrived here at the third base location, just punishing Trigger here. And still no Twilight Council or Robo. This is very late. Just really late tech here from Trigger. Lings are racing back home, making sure we're safe and sound. Oracles are moving out. We do have a third Oracle on the way. So it looks like because we had to make the third Oracle, we delayed our tech in favor of, using that gas elsewhere. Oracles, they ignore the queens. They go for the natural base. They get a couple more drones. Not bad. This time, both Oracles do escape. At the same time, Adepts, they do shade into that third base. They get another 4 drones, though. 8 workers in total. Better trades here for Trigger. Necessary trades considering the game state. And there it is. It's a Robo. So this is a very tech-heavy style. This is the Showtime way of playing PvZ, where you go for Forge into Robo into double Robo production. Just, again, a really tech-heavy style. Not very active. There's no Blink Stalkers. There's no Charge Lots. There's no way for Trigger to really be too assertive here in the early to mid-game. The Oracles, they do threaten. They killed 12 drones in total here with the Oracle in the main and the Oracles at the third base location. Looking at the unit source tab, 7 drones in total. Pretty good damage. Pretty good damage here. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, Trigger is going double Robo. So double Robo into Bay, into, I imagine, Colossus production. Oh, never mind. We're going into Immortals. Okay, I was not expecting that. So we have Immortal production instead. Immortal production instead here for Trigger. But this should be for Charge Lot Archon plus Immortal. We shouldn't be working towards Blink, I imagine. But we'll see. Behind this, we do have Mixu going for his own tech of choice. Lair is finishing up. He is skipping his Roach Warren. That is interesting. So Mixu is going into Lingbane. He's going into Lingbane, I imagine, into Hydra. So very bold here to avoid those Roaches. Roaches, they're typically a very safe way to play. And, yep, there it is. So Lingbane Hydra coming out from Mixu. Really risky. It's such a fragile army unit composition. Again, Lings, Banes, Hydras, they melt to either Colossus or Storm. And we are so lucky, by the way. We are so lucky that Trigger is making Immortals and not Colossi. Otherwise, Trigger would just be running away with this. As I say that, Hydrogen has been scouted. We are working towards the Temple Archives, and we should be prioritizing Storm. Storm is going to be crucial here in the defense. Immortals are okay, but they're not amazing against Hydras. Or Lings. Or those Lings. And here we go. The Ling Bane is going to be rolling on in. Good connections on all those Zealots. Force Field is thrown down. And big Baneling connections here on those Zealots as well. They all get completely cleaned up. A good trade from Mixu. He doesn't break into the mineral line, but he does trade very well against the main army. Meanwhile, look at that immortal count. Oh my god. 5 immortals already. We're doubling down, working on 7. Gateway explosion on the way. Can this work out? So, immortals in high numbers can actually do well against lurkers, as we saw previously. But against Lingbane Hydra, they don't really do well at all. I am concerned here for Trigger. I'm concerned that this army is just a little bit too subpar. And Mixu, he's maxing out. He's maxing out on Lingbane Hydra. Oracle does get knocked out. Behind this, Mixu building up a death bull of an army. Just maxing out on Lings, Banelings, and those Hydras, of course. We do see Trigger doing the best he can to distract his opponent. Big supply block for Mixu, by the way. There it is. 6 Overlords in production. 3 Dropper Lords on the way behind this as well. Interesting. Okay. Dropper Lords, of course, they have a lot of potential. And here we go. Mixu pushing towards the north. At the same time, we have a Ling run by towards the center. Drop Lords into the main. More Lings are in position. We do dive on top of the army. And they crash into the Zealots. Archons, they have to respond, which means there is an opening. Suddenly, there's an opening here in the main base. And Lings, they do flood in towards the natural. They focus down the shield battery. Lings dropping into the main. And Mixu does threaten the main army here. Picks up an Archon. An Archon trades against some of the Immortals. Lane drop isn't going to achieve too much. Mixu doesn't actually trade too well harassing, but he did deny the 4th. He did delay the 4th base for as long as he could, and he still has a threatening force. And there we go. He stutter steps forward, picks up another Archon, and gets a second Archon. He comes in from behind. And the final Archon is going to be going down. We still have a lot of Immortals, though. 10 Immortals in total. Prism going to be forced down. The Immortals, they're getting caught out by the Lings, by the Hydras, and Trigger just does not have enough to deal with this. Again, his army is not ideal against Ling Hydras whatsoever. We needed Colossus, we needed Storm, we needed Disruptor, we needed some kind of splash damage, not Mass Immortal. And just like that, Mixu, he's just stutter stepping forward, focusing down every single high-tech unit, every single Immortal going to be falling here. And only Stalkers and Zealots do remain. GG gets called, and Mixu takes the series 2-0. GG. Oh. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Mixu as he does take the series 2-1 and does take down Trigger. A big win here for Mixu. Trigger was coming in as the favored player here. Trigger, he is one of the best in the Americas, period. And for Mixu to bring him down, to bring him low, that's crazy. That's beautiful. GG, well played. A big win here for Mixu, and hopefully it bodes well for what is to come. Bodes well for what is to come in the future here for Mixu, leading into, of course, on the new year, leading into future Dream Hacks, future IEMs. Do look for, or even future HomeStory Cups. Do look forward to it. And with that, we are going to be getting ready for our next series. Again, when it comes to just quickly touching on that game as well, it did look like maybe Trigger was hoping that there would be lurkers. Like, if you remember, Trigger, he scouted. He saw the Hydrogen. He saw the Hydrogen pretty early on. Not when it was building, but when it finished. And he still chose to avoid splash damage. In that moment, he could have made the decision to create a robotics bay, to throw down a Temple Archives, to start up Storm. He already had a Temple Archives, could have started up Storm. We do need some kind of splash damage against Ling, Bane, Hydra. Against Immortal-based compositions, Immortals, they struggle so much against everything that Mixu had there. Just in a head-to-head fight, there was just nothing that Trigger could really do. He was maybe a little bit stubborn. Maybe a little bit stubborn with his army composition. Again, like, Mass Immortal can work really well against Roaches, and against Lurkers, and against Ultras. Against Hydras, not so much. And we saw that showcased here. Even though Trigger had 10 Immortals, by the way. He had 10 Immortals. They couldn't really trade with the army. They couldn't really engage. And Mixu, he had a much easier time fighting head-to-head and toe-to-toe with what Trigger had. So GG. GG. Well played. Beautiful. With that, we are going to be getting ready for our next series. We just wrapped up with Trigger versus Mixu, and we have another big matchup on the horizon. Is it a ZVZ or a ZVP? We're about to find out. We are about to find out here as we do switch on over to our second matchup of the night. Up next, Raynor versus Scarlet. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. And let me just double check. Raynor versus Scarlet. This, yep. I assumed so. So let me just quickly update the scores. Not the scores, sorry. The races, because I was curious. Raynor, he off-races Protoss against Mixu last time we saw him. And I was curious if he was going to be off-racing against Scarlet. And the answer is yes. Because of course it is. It's going to be Raynor versus Scarlet in a PvZ, not a mirror matchup. Let's go. Let us go. Beautyfoot. Oh my god. And here we go, we're diving into our next series, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, we have the Red Zerg player from the land of Canada, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlet. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have her opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, not Zerg, representing Basilisk. It is Raynor. For those that are curious, Raynor, he notoriously does not enjoy playing ZVZ. He hates playing ZVZ, and even in more recent times, this month, in January, in Masters Coliseum, Raynor wanted to play Protoss against several, fun fact, in the playoff bracket, but because he had already played games as Zerg earlier in the group stage, he was told he could not. He was told by the organizers that specifically for Masters Coliseum, he could pick one race and he has to commit to that one race for the entire tournament. So Raynor wasn't allowed to race switch and play Protoss against Serral in Masters Coliseum. So clearly that's not the case here. But again, just to reiterate, just to showcase that Raynor, he prefers to play Protoss against anyone. Doesn't matter who you are, Solar, Dark, Serral, he will refuse that ZVZ if at all possible and embrace the Protoss instead, as we're seeing here against Scarlet. Again, the big reason for that is just because ZVZ is a very volatile matchup. I mean, all mirror matchups are. Like, PvP is really chaotic. TVT nowadays is very chaotic as well. And Raynor would prefer to just avoid the ZVZ matchup entirely. And embrace the sky toss. I mean, again, he has a lot of success here with Protoss against Zerg. Does have a lot of success, and we do see Scarlet opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener here from Scarlet. We'll see if Raynor, what he does have to offer here and how he does play this out. Should be a Stargate opener into Oracle, but what will he do in the mid game? What will he do? Raynor tried GSL. He did. For those that don't remember, Raynor, he did compete in GSL a couple of years ago and he got knocked out in the first round. It was I think he played against Bunny. Was it Bunny who knocked him out? In a TVZ? I remember it was either Bunny or Ryung. I think it was Bunny if I remember correctly. But yeah, Raynor, he did play in a season of GSL. Not with too much success. This was pre-COVID. So this would have been 2019. I want to say it was 2019 if I remember correctly, pre-COVID. Maybe he'll return one day. Maybe it's possible. As we are just going to be settling into our next matchup here, settling into the ZVP. And for the time being, Adepts, they're going to be threatening a shade here towards the bases. We do have additional Adepts on the way. Raynor, of course, as we did mention before, he has to preserve these Adepts, so he doesn't want to throw them away. If he does, he will lose control of his third base location. So he has to be very careful with how he commits and how he does engage, as the Adepts are being forced back. Oh, it's post-COVID. Oh, my apologies. You're right. I think it was post-COVID, because I remember making fun of Chappie. I remember Chappie, for those, he's a big Raynor fan, and I remember him being very upset about what was happening. So it may have been post-COVID. $2021 still feels really recent though. Regardless, we do have our Oracles on the way. Again, it's going to be triple Oracle opener into a third base. So pretty standard stuff here from Raynor. Nothing too wild, nothing too crazy. So we are going to be settling on in. And yeah, I did just double check, and yeah, it was 2018, so it was pre-COVID. Yeah, I thought so. I was like 2021. I'm pretty sure lockdowns was still in effect. As we do end up losing one of those Oracles. Raynor a little bit distracted there, a little bit inattentive. Oracle does go down, but yeah, for those that are curious, it was 2018 GSL. So sorry, I thought it was 2019. I was off a year. Feels bad, man. But yeah, 2018. As that Adepts do end up shading in towards that mineral line, and we do actually pick off a couple of drones. The Oracle may have fallen, but we do make up for it, taking down 4 of those workers. 5 drones in total. We shade into the main, and up. We do get 1 extra drone here. This is becoming a bit too much, actually. Suddenly, 6, 7 drones go down. Can we get 8? No shot. 8 workers go down. And to be fair, this was necessary. This was necessary. For Raynor to lose his first Oracle, that was brutal. We had to make up for it. 8 drones does make up for a dead Oracle. With that, third base is getting up and running. Does it get up and running here? And Raynor going to be able to settle into his own economy. We have the Forge on the way, +1. Interesting style. Fun fact, this is Harsum's way of playing things out. Harsum is like the player known for this, where he does delay his Forge, going for a faster Twilight Council or Twilight Council into Blink. Upgrade is going to be delayed, but he will have a higher Stalker count to begin with, to be a little bit more active on the map. And we'll see what kind of pressure Raynor can apply, as Scarlet is trying to stabilize. She's going to be droning on up, getting her 4th base up running. +1 melees on the way. Lair finishing up. Scarlet, of course, still recovering from all those dead workers, but on the road to recovery. We'll see if she can deal with the eventual army, though, as Raynor is pushing with the Stalkers. As he moves out, the Lings move in. No! As the Lings, it looks like we do back off for a moment here. The Stalkers do distract Scarlet. This base was so vulnerable, so exposed, so much potential for damage. But again, Raynor is applying pressure here, and Scarlet does not see the opportunity. And this 4th base, it's going to be cancelled. is going to be cancelled here. As Stalkers, they do keep on pushing. Containing Scarlet to 3 bases. Going to try to expand here towards the north. Double expanding even. We do have to. And Scarlet, she's going Ling into Hydra. Bold move here from Scarlet. Bold move. It can work well. So Ling Hydra trades very nicely against Stalker Immortal-based compositions, as we saw in the previous series. But we're working towards Charge, Archons, and should be Storm alongside this. Oh, Lurker Den already on the way. I do appreciate this. So Scarlet, this is really risky. She's taking up so much. She's double expanding because she doesn't have a 4th base. And she's taking up very quickly into Infestation Bit and a Lurker Den. And towards Hive. There we go. Hive is on the way. Right now, if Raynor built up towards a big push, Scarlet would just die. 100%. Scarlet, she would just fall and crumble because she is just taking up so heavily. Her army is struggling as a result. Has mainly Lings to defend. Thankfully for Scarlet, Raynor is still working on his 4th and waiting for his own upgrade. So Scarlet, she has time to actually get away with all of this tech. Hasn't gotten away with it yet, but she's on the right road. She's on the right path. Again, if we can get into a handful of Lurkers, we can defend against almost any ground push. Emphasis on defend, not necessarily counterattack, but again, we're working on it. Are going to be working on it here. Well, as Lings, they do try to go for a big run by, but they get stacked defense, not much else. Cannons and shield batteries going to be going down. Meanwhile, the Lurker Den is now done. 8 Lurkers on the way. I do love that against Scarlet. She's just prioritizing on making as many Lurkers as possible. And this will slow the game down. Meanwhile, Raynor, likewise, working on his 4th base. Storm is done. But Storm isn't going to be as effective as it otherwise would have been if Scarlet didn't have Lurkers. So we are getting into a longer game. Raynor being forced back. Scarlet taking another base, working on a 5th, even a 6th. And it has now successfully joined up to 85. Like, Scarlet's got the ideal worker count, already has Hive Tech. The army is still a little bit lacking, but we do have the bare minimum to hold. That's the thing. Like, things are looking pretty good for Scarlet at the moment. When it comes to the big thing that we're lacking is Vipers. Viper Tech, not quite here yet. I mean, the Hive is done, but we haven't invested into Vipers for the time being. How many Lurkers do we have? 10. 10 Lurkers currently out for Scarlet. Not a bad number. Not bad. Banelings could also help alongside this, which we have yet to invest in. So just purely Ling, Hydra, Lurker. Again, all those upgrades on the way. We've got 2-2, Adrenal, Hydra Range, Adaptive Talons. Bases denied. The Lurkers are revealed. And now Raynor's aware. Now Raynor, he is aware of the Lurker tech. As Scarlet pushes towards the natural base, looking to shut down this gateway. Hydras are going to try to push on. Sorry. High Templar trying to push on forward. Zoned away by the Lurkers. They are going to be zoned back. And yes, Scarlet just zoning Raynor completely away from that natural base. So here we come in for a concave. We come in first round. Massive storms on the entire army. Oh my god. And with those storms, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a trade, but we do clean up every single Lurker. At the same time, Scarlet tries to apply pressure towards the north, but runs into a brick wall. The Lings are forced back. And Scarlet, that was a pretty big blow here. Resetting the Lurker count is brutal. Without any Lurkers, this army is looking very fragile. Like a couple of storms and Scarlet will crumble, and she has 0 Lurkers left. Uh-oh. There we go. We have 5 Lurkers in production. Raynor taking a big fight and taking up towards Skytoss. We have +1 air attack on the way. We should be throwing down a second Stargate, a Fleet Beacon. We have a Phoenix randomly, you know, just cause. The Skytoss should be the transition for Raynor, but until then, he's maxing out. This is a safer way to play. I do like this. Considering how aggressive Scarlet has been with her push, I do think it warrants just building up and maxing out first before transitioning. So Reyna respecting Scarlet quite a bit. Scarlet, meanwhile, trying to take up into a greater spire, into Broodlords. We're working in that direction. We are working on that. As Lings, they do go for a big cannon attack. They do get on top of some of these cannons. 1, 2 cannons going to be going down at the same time. Reyna, he does try to engage. The Lurkers are in position, and Scarlet is holding. The Ling run by doesn't achieve too much. We get a couple of cannons here and there. Some static defense. As Reyna is trying to find another way in. Trying to ideally outposition these Lurkers. How many Lurkers do we have? We have 13. Do get in position. A couple of big volleys going to be going off here on Reyna's army. I'm mainly attacking, mainly grazing the Archons. Not much with the Immortals. Oh, and Scarlet, half her army is getting caught out. Again, Lurkers, their strength is in numbers, and we can't be caught out like that. Good Ling counterattack. We do catch some of these Zealots and Archons. Scarlet, once again, going to be threatening the northern bases of Reyna. Reyna still yet to expand. Up the Archon. Archon going to be going down. So push right through the center as well. I'm concerned here. This Skytoss transition is very late. We spoke about Reyna maxing out first, which was fine, but again, it took so long to start working on this Skytoss. We do end up borrowing these Lurkers. From behind, here come the Lings. Big storms, though. Big storms on the army. Scarlet slowly encroaching on the army of Reyna. Reyna losing so much here. Oh my god. And again, the fleet beacon is still in production. Ay, ay, ay. At the same time, though, Reyna, he does gain some ground. Pushes towards the north. Scarlet doesn't have the ideal economy anymore. Has dropped down to 74 workers. Could do with some more drones. And there we go. We are resaturating. We are redroning. And because of the lack of economy, Scarlet, she's taking a little bit longer here to remax. Reyna, if given time, if being allowed to get into Skytoss, then he can wreak havoc. Thankfully, though, Scarlet already working on Corruptors. Now, I am concerned, only has one active Spire, so not the most ideal upgrades here for Scarlet. They're going to be 1-0. But does at least have access towards those Corruptors. As you see, Reyna going for a bit of a split push. Trying to pull Scarlet apart, and again, just keep Scarlet busy while Reyna transitions into Skytoss. So the army is going to be forced back. Again, just keeping those Lurkers busy. You know, I do have detection here. These Lurkers are looking a little bit exposed, but we have plenty more here coming in to reinforce. Big storm here on the drones. Oh, the workers. 6 of them do go down. Scarlet barely holding on here. Still taking damage. And again, Reyna has map control. It takes another base. It's fully operational. Carrier production has commenced. I don't know if Scarlet can... I mean, okay, how many Lurkers do we have? 29. 29 Lunkers. We can push in. We need to push in is maybe a better way of putting it. Because Reyna is getting away with so much. He is getting away with so much at this point. Broodlords have arrived. I'm getting really concerned. So, something that's just happened. Scarlet has morphed every Hydra into a Lurker and every Corruptor into a Broodlord. There are 2 Corruptors left. Scarlet, that is her anti-air. 2 Corruptors. No other spellcasters. There are a couple of Queens on the ground. She's not ready for Skytoss. That's the thing. She hasn't scouted. She doesn't know that carriers are amassing. She is hyper fixated on an anti-ground toss army. And when the carriers arrive, nothing can be done. We're morphing in another Broodlord. Oh my god. How many? We have 1 Corruptor. 1 Corruptor. That is our anti-air. That is all we have. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Scarlet. The big reason for this is that Reyna, he's investing more and more into Skytoss. And by the time the army arrives, Scarlet is going to be bleeding out units to make room for Corruptors, of course. But by the time she remaxes, Rainer's going to be in her face. I'm concerned that's going to be the case here. And here we go. The carriers have now revealed themselves. We morphed in one more Broodlord. By the way, we have 0 Corruptors, 0 Anti-Air, 3 Corruptors on the way, and the carriers, they can just have their way with this. There is no answer. There's nothing to contest against them. And we're just A-moving across the map. So many Lurkers going down for free. The efficiency is insane. 14 Corruptors on the way. We have +1 air attack, +0 air defense. Not the best upgraded Corruptors, but they're coming. They are coming. How much more damage can these carriers get? Oh, 26 Lurkers have died so far this game. We're getting even more value now. We will have to recall. Corruptors are revealing themselves. And yeah, now we leave. Now we do back off. Never mind, we can take the fight. 3 Corruptors, they trickle on in. Oh, they're trickling in. A couple at a time. This is not a good sign. Yeah, more Corruptors going down. 6 Corruptors fall. We have 8 left. This is becoming too much. Yeah, this is far too much. Here comes the rest of the army, and Raynor, he's snowballing out of control. Scarlet just cannot engage. Every single queen going down. The Lurkers, they were useless. The Broodlords as well. They can't shoot up, Papi. They can't shoot up. At the same time, we did go for a bit of a counterattack. 11 probes did fall. That's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. And these carriers, they already more than paid for themselves. They did so much for Raynor. Now, Scarlet thankfully has time to rebuild and is massing a Corruptor army. As we mentioned before, the upgrades aren't ideal. We do have a second Spire. We can get into, carapace upgrades as well. But it isn't just about what shoots up. Now that we have to talk about late game compositions, we have Corruptor, Broodlord, Lurker. This is okay. We need spellcasters. Whether it's Infestor, whether it's Vipers, we need spellcasters. And there we go. We have 2 Vipers on the way. Without Vipers, we cannot engage. We cannot really engage this army. Vipers are going to be crucial in that aspect. And they're on the way. 2 of them at least. Meanwhile, thankfully, Raynor was forced back home, dealing with all these Lurker run-bys. Scarlet has time to recover. And she has remaxed. Ooh, I like this from Raynor. He splits up his army, and I do think he needs to get rid of some of this. Big revelation, big storm on some of these Lurkers. At the same time, oh, the carriers, they push in, and Scarlet is being pulled apart. We do have a good amount of Corruptors here. How many? 22 Corruptors. But there are 2 High Templar threatening storms. Oh, it's not going to be an easy engage. Yeah, here we go. The Vipers are coming in. Show us the yoinks. We get 1. We get 2. There we go. The power of the Viper. But 14, 19 drones go down here. There was no escape. 20 drones. The economy of Scarlet has been crippled. We are remaxing on more Corruptors. That is true. But Scarlet is slowly burning through her bank. And will not have the easiest time remaking. So we have a Zealot round by towards the north. Again, still building on more Corruptors. We still, I believe, have those 2 Vipers. The mothership has arrived. -300, -300. Let's go. Has arrived as we pick off another one of those Broodlords. Another 2 Broodlords go down. Oh, and 20. Oh my god, 29 drones. As Zealots get into every single base. No shot. Zealots at every single mineral line. We just walk in and we kill every single drone. 32 workers go down. Scarlet down to 1 base economy. Or down to essentially 1 base here. As the ground army is just pulling her apart. We invest into all these Corruptors. What about the ground army? Ay, ay, ay. The Lurkers and Broodlords just having a hard time keeping up here. The mass harass of Raynor. It was just a handful of Zealots. It was like 2 Zealots for each base. And so much damage was dealt. And now we're getting to Tempest. The answer to the Broodlords. Tempests are going to be ideal. 34 Corruptors. Jeez, oh my god. Now, the problem here is that Scarlet's army is very immobile. We do have too many Corruptors. Ideally, you want some Ultras on the ground as well to dive, or even Infestors. unfortunately, because of the game state, because of how we got here, Scarlet's army is a little bit wonky. It's a little bit less than ideal. And again, it has been a chaotic game, and it was a late scout of Skytoss as well. Lurkers are pushing forward. Do we have many Broodlords? We have 4. Ugh, okay. 4 Broodlords. There we go. We have a recall here towards the north, and this recall means that these Lurkers are exposed, and they're going to be going down. The Corruptors are out of position. Corruptors are not where they need to be. Lurkers are being forced back. Corruptors rotating back around. Now, we did leave the mothership. The mothership is still here towards the south, so we do have another recall available, just in case, as we take another expansion. This northern base under contention. As Raynor, he's up on bases, he's up on economy. I mean, look at that bank. Like, that's all we really have to see. Because of how many drones have been falling, because of how many bases have been denied, Scarlet doesn't have a bank anymore. She's down to 43 workers, and Raynor, he has almost an AK bank. That is crazy. He can lose his army and rebuild a couple of times. 8,000 minerals, 8,000 gas. Raynor just all over this. Now we do have Infestors now on the way. Neural as well. This will help quite a lot. We do have Neurals. So honestly, Scarlet can take a fight. Okay, if we want to like envision the ideal for Scarlet is for her to engage the Skytoss on its own. If she can somehow catch the Skytoss on its own, or maybe pick off, oh, as we do snipe the Greater Spire, which means no more Broodlords. But if we can somehow snipe these High Templar and then engage with the Corruptors, sorry, with the Carriers, the Corruptors can kill everything. 100%. They can kill everything in the air. And then we can morph in Broodlords. Then we can morph in the Broodlords if we had the Greater Spire to deal with everything on the ground. But the problem here is that we have to try to catch Raynor out of position, and he's playing so safe. Look at this, he's just covered by the cannons and shield batteries. Yoinks are coming in. But because of all this stacked defense, we can't dive. We cannot dive on this. Otherwise, the Corruptors will all fall. Good Yoinks. Again, like, because of the Vipers, that's how Scarlet has to pick away at the army. Just one unit at a time. Oh, as we collapse on the Lurkers, the Lurker count gets reset, and now this northern base is exposed. Oof. Yeah, this hatchery, it's going to be falling. At the same time, we may have to just pull the trigger. Storm going to be zoning Scarlet away. Another hatchery going to be going down. The Immortals are slowly pushing with the Infestors. No! The Infestors are exposed. We get one. Decent fungal. Where's the detection as we do get eyes on these Lurkers? Every single Lurker falls. At the same time, once again, the Yoinks. 2 more carriers. Again, we're trading well with these Vipers of the MVPs. But at the same time, we're still achieving so much damage as we get on top of the Lurker Den. At the same time, the Corruptors, they do go for the dive. Again, there's almost nothing left in the air. And that's a problem. The problem here is, if I'm not mistaken, there's no Greater Spire, which means we can go for Ground Toss. We can transition into a Ground Toss army. The Broodlords are going down. GG gets called. We cannot make any more Broodlords, and Raynor will take game number 1. GG, well played. Raynor, he sniped the Greater Spire earlier. It was never rebuilt. So even though Scarlet did kill most of all of the Tempests and most of the carriers, the Corruptors were dead supply. They were dead supply. They could not be morphed into Broodlords. Nothing could be done about the Ground Toss army. And Raynor takes the first game. GG, well played. Ooh, a bit of a chaotic game there, but again, Raynor did amazingly when it came to hiding his Skytoss. That was like the moment when Raynor got map control. He took control of the game and never let go. Was the moment when he revealed like 7 carriers. And Scarlet lost so many Corruptors and Broodlords and Lurkers while retreating, while trying to remax and build up a Corruptor count. And in the end, that did work against her because she overmade Corruptors towards the end, and Raynor, he just transitioned to Ground Toss because he had the money for it. He had the money for it at that point. He had the control. He was in a commanding position from that moment, and GG. GG, well played. Raynor does take the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. The Vipers, they're doing their part. Are you? Smooch. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Red Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion down in this series, but not out. Looking to tie things up, looking to force the ace match. It is Scarlet. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have, for opponents, we have the Italian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Raynor. Why didn't she expect the air transition? She just didn't see it. Unfortunately, there was very limited scouting from Scarlet, and she was hyper-fixated on dealing with the Immortal-based army. If you remember, again, to give Scarlet some credit, Raynor did stay on Mass Immortal longer than expected. If you remember, his Skytoss transition was actually late. Like, we were talking about how Scarlet had gotten into Mass Lurker, and Raynor was still sticking to Immortals and still sticking to Storm and Archons instead. And his Skytoss transition wasn't as fast as it could have been. But maybe that worked in his favor, right? Maybe because he delayed his Skytoss transition, Scarlet overcommitted to dealing with the ground toss, and overcommitted. If you remember, she morphed every single Hydra into Lurkers and every single Corruptor into Broodlords. Everything could shoot down, nothing could shoot up, and it was just a really rough position for Scarlet to be in when she realized what had happened there, when she realized the mistake that was made and what Raynor was up to towards the end of that. So yeah, there were layers there, definitely. So yeah, really well done by Raynor, and now we're getting into game number 2. As a reminder as well, it wasn't just that, like, to kind of reiterate, it isn't just that Raynor, he only plays Skytoss, but he was doing quite well even before that, with his initial Blink Stalker, with his Adept Harass. He was achieving a lot of damage into his Immortal production as well. I'm curious if he's going to do that again though, or I'm curious if he does mix it up. We'll see how our players do adapt in game 2. In game number 2. Also, we did of course get confirmation as well that Raynor did play a second time in GSL in 2022. That was the year. So initially in 2018, then in 2022, and yeah, I remember that Bunny series specifically. We got confirmation that he did play against Bunny, and for whatever reason, that's like burned into my skull. I think it's because we were in a voice call at the time. I remember being in a voice call with a bunch of the Australian players when watching Bunny versus Raynor. Oh my god! So you get us around. A nice citizen's arrest there from Raynor. It does clean up those lings. It does avert disaster. So not a bad cleanup there. But at least Scarlet gets a full scout, and Scarlet did get eyes on the Stargate. Did get eyes on it. As it is going to be another Oracle opener from Raynor. And with this, we'll see if Raynor does once again commit into Delayed Forge. If you remember, Raynor, in game number 1, he did open up Stargate into Oracles, into a third base, into a Twilight Council with a very late Forge. And the reason for that is because he did kind of warp in extra waves of Stalkers, and he was active a lot faster with a massive amount of Stalkers instead. We'll see if that's going to be the case this time as well. Scarlet is just going to be opening up Hatch Gas Pool, was able to get her natural up and running, and is going to be saturating these bases. Going to be on Scarlet to defend against the would-be aggression of Raynor, which is coming. The Oracles, they've been amassing, and now they are moving out. Now, I do appreciate that Raynor, he's waiting for the second Oracle. If you weren't here for it in Game 1, Raynor did lose his first Oracle prematurely. It was a big loss early on where Raynor lost his first Oracle. So this time being a little bit more attentive, and we're rushing into Skytoss. No, Raynor! He denies the scout, and we're going into a second Stargate, not a Twilight Council, and we are going into Mass Phoenix. Oh boy. Phoenixes are amassing for Rain or Oracles. They get across the map. They don't get any damage done yet, but they're keeping Scarlet busy. Keeping Scarlet pinned back at home. Lings are going for a counterattack. The Queens are busy dealing with the Oracles. And the Lings, they should get eyes on the third base, but they're not going to see much else as we are amassing more of these Phoenixes. Oracles are going to be rotating around. They find a couple of drones. 2 workers go down. So far, good enough defense here from Scarlet, avoiding disaster. But again, I'm concerned about the lack of scouting here. Scarlet is still in the dark. The lair is about to finish. Basically, when the lair finishes, we need an Overseer scout. We need to send an Overseer. We need to morph in this Overlord essentially into an Overseer, get into the main, and get a read on what's happening. Otherwise, this will catch Scarlet off guard. Now, I'm really curious how Reiner's going to piece this together. Hero has a really interesting all-in where he goes for charge alongside Phoenixes, but there's no Twilight Council. There's no Twilight Council with this. It's going to be vanilla gateway units on the ground and just Mass Phoenix instead. Now, with Mass Phoenixes, the goal is to take control of some of these bases. I don't see a Spore here. There's no Spore at this base. We can pick off Queens, pick off Overlords, and camp the mineral line. We can get a lot of damage done. There is a Spore in the main. There's a Spore here at the natural at least. Roaches are amassing. Scarlet cutting workers at 70. Now, what's good about this, if Scarlet does push out first with Roaches, then oh god, Rainer. Then maybe she can break the third. Phoenixes, they aren't ideal defensively, but Rainer is going double Phoenix production into double Immortal production. 2 Robos on the way. Overseer comes in. We get confirmation. We do scout immediately. Hydrogen. Hydrogen on the way. Spores are being thrown down as well as we speak. We need as many spores as possible here. And the Phoenixes are pulling the trigger. Rainer, he's zooming across the map. Hydra's not ready yet. Oh, and we already do supply block Scarlet. There are no Hydras, and there aren't going to be any Hydras. 7 Overlords in production. A massive supply block. As another Overlord is going to be going down. At the same time, though, Scarlet does go for a big counterattack with her Roach Ravager. Has a lot of potential with this. Has a lot of potential. Does catch the army. And does force back the Phoenixes. So Scarlet, she breaks free from her supply block. Will be losing most of this. Can she force a cancel? She will. Big cancel here on the 4th base. A lot of Roaches are going to be going down, and again, behind this, we're getting into double Immortal production. Kind of like a mech composition, just Mass Immortal, Mass Phoenix. Not a lot of finesse to the army, but it can work. As Scarlet, behind this, working towards those Hydras. Droning on up. At least she didn't lose too many drones. Remember, because of the Roach counterattack, the Phoenixes were forced back home. If it wasn't for the Roaches, then Scarlet would have lost so much here across the map. So again, clutch move there. Able to force back the army. Going to be droning, building up. Behind this, we do have Rainer working towards a Twilight Council in towards a Templar Archives. I imagine Storm is going to be on the horizon. And the game is going to be settling from here. Basically, Scarlet, for the most part, is stuck at home droning and saturating. Working towards Hydra Lurker Viper. This would be a good moment for Rainer to start working towards Skytoss. It's a much more seamless transition to throw down a Fleet Beacon. We already have the production. So Skytoss can be a bit easier to transition into for Rainer, but for now, he's just sticking with Ground Toss, and he does find quite a lot of drones across the map. 7 workers go down. Hydras are amassing. Decent fungals here on the Phoenixes. 1 Phoenix does go down, but we pick off the Infestors. Very big pickoffs here. As Rainer does shut down some of those spellcasters. And as he's distracting the army, he's getting fully saturated on 4 bases. And we are still building up so many Immortals. Now, we've kind of been over this before. It's what we saw in Game 1. Lurkers are good against Ground Toss, that's true. But Mass Lurker can still struggle against Mass Immortal. Immortals, they can tank some shots. They can just deal so much damage to Lurkers as well. We'll see what kind of army compositions we work with. The other scary thing is Storm. Storm is done. Storm is now done. And even though Raynor could already start transitioning towards Skytoss, I like that he isn't. I do like that he's, again, just being safe here. Prioritizing Storm, getting into charge, building up more Immortals. Very similar to last game. Now, Raynor has already seen the Hydras. He already saw the Hive and the Lurker. He's seen everything. He's fully aware of the Lurker tech. Raynor, he sees all, he knows all. Good yoinks. Oh, we get to Immortals. Very nicely done. Once again, the Viper is doing so well for themselves here. Now we have our Lurker transition. An unfortunate power bomb on that Phoenix, but regardless, we do pick one up. Building up more of those Lurkers. And Raynor has to take a more defensive position instead. Scarlet gonna have a decent engage. Decent fungal as well. Storms are gonna be zoning back the army. Yeah, Lurkers, they don't quite find their way up the ramp. Scarlet looking to deny a fifth, if at all possible. Big stasis here on some of those Hydras. On a lot of Lings as well. Scarlet rotates around. Big revelation on the Lurkers. A lot of them are tagged. Raynor still committing to his ground toss army. He is maxed. And now we can go in. We can lift up all the Lurkers. Every single Lurker gets lifted. Big storms here on the Hydras. And Raynor, he's breaking on through. He's just completely shutting this army down. The Vipers are coming in, but a little bit too little too late. The damage has been done, and Scarlet loses every single Lurker. Oh my god. The Phoenixes, they go ham on the Vipers, and Scarlet doesn't have anything to defend against this. We have 31 Hydras on the way, but we need time to morph in more Lurkers. We need time, Poppy. We do pick away at more of those Immortals. Hydras are amassing. If we don't have any Storms, then Scarlet, she can take a fight. Speaking of, a big storm here on the Hydras, though. Scarlet trying to come in with us around. Good movement here out of Raynor. Does pull back. Big storm on the army once again. And Scarlet, she just cannot engage. Lurkers are on the way. Now, thankfully, Raynor did back off. If he committed, 100% he loses everything. 100% he would have lost everything. He just doesn't have enough energy on those High Templar. He has to back off, has to retreat. Still rebuilding, remaxing with more Immortals. Still refusing to throw down a Fleet Beacon. Not yet. And to be fair, I mean, there have been some pretty good fights here for Raynor. Zealot run by runs into a wall of Spine Crawlers. Immortals pushing in. There it is. +1 air attack. The first sign of Skytoss from Raynor. Third Stargate. We're still missing that Fleet Beacon. Oh! Fourth Star. Oh my god, Jesus. Fourth Stargate. There's the Fleet Beacon on the way. Now again, this is a little bit late for Raynor, but he's secure because, I mean, he's built up a lot of Immortals, a lot of Archons. I don't think Raynor is really in any danger of dying yet, unless he takes a bad fight, of course. Like, unless he overextends. Oh, massive storms on the Lurkers. So many of them going down. Yeah, we get into the mineral line. 16 drones fall and the hatchery as well. Raynor backs off. Raynor takes an economic lead. Scarlet losing so many drones there. Has to work hard to rebuild. Down 20 workers. And the problem is that as Scarlet is working towards more bases, redroning, resaturating, Raynor is getting into Skytoss. It's another cancel on the base. Scarlet doesn't have the best bank here to work with, to work towards Spire, Tech, and Corruptors. Big storm on the Hydras. You can see Scarlet, she's burning through her gas bank. Has a lot of minerals, not a lot of gas. Because of that, I wouldn't be opposed to going for, like, reinforcing with Lings and trying to go for run-bys, but there's just so much sag defense. So many cannons, shield batteries. Ling run-bys won't achieve too much. Speaking of, the Zealot run by does deny another hatchery. That looks like a kill, by the way. Oh. Yeah, hatchery did go down. 7 more lurkers on the way. I'm getting deja vu. I'm getting deja vu where we're hyper-fixated on making lurkers right now, and there's no Spire. There's no Spire, there's no Corruptors in sight, and Raynor is soon gonna go into mass carrier production. He can make 4 carriers at a time. That's gonna be brutal. Of course, Raynor needs to lose a bit of supply to make that happen. So he is threatening a push. A couple of workers going to be going down to pull back. And yes, Scarlet's still in the dark. I mean, to be fair, we're not really making carriers right now, so investing into all these lurkers is fine for Scarlet. The only thing I'm worried about is the lack of Spire. The lack of ability to react to carriers, and there it is. The carrier production is now commencing. Oh boy. How long will it take for Scarlet to get eyes on this, to react, to recognize what's happening? For now, she's still dealing with the main army, of course. Decent abductions. Get an Archon. Raynor rotating around. Scarlet trying to keep up. Good yoinks. We get another Immortal and a Phoenix. Like, again, these are really good trades. The scary thing here is, again, what Scarlet doesn't know is that as Raynor is losing an Immortal here and there and losing a High Templar here and there, we're making carriers. That's what's terrifying right now. Oh my god. Big storm on the Hydras, and once again... Oh, we don't manage to get one there. Clutch pick off there by Scarlet. Raynor backing up. Oh, going for some Oracle harass. The Oracle from the start of the game gets 4 drone kills. And how many carriers do we have? 3 carriers so far, soon to be 5. I feel like if once we get 6 carriers is critical mass, we can push and we can look to end the game. What do we have? We have 15 Hydras. Okay, we do have some anti-air this time. We do have an army to work with. The Vipers will help as well. Oh, but we catch out these lurkers. Good positioning here from Raynor. He does actually catch Scarlet. Does catch Scarlet off guard. Big feedbacks here on the Vipers. Big storms as well. Scarlet trying to get us around here, trying to catch out these Immortals. And we are forced to recall. Oof. We do pick up a couple of units. Not too bad. And we need a counterattack. 100%. We need a counterattack. But the carriers, they have been revealed. The carriers, they have arrived. And the Hydras, they're getting picked off. Hydras are going down. They're going to try to engage here with the Interceptors. But a massive chunk of them go down. And it looks like there may just be too much in the air. Too much in the sky. We're down to 4 Hydras. We're barely holding on. We're down to 3 Hydras. And we barely forced back the army. No more Interceptors left. And there's no Spire. There's no Spire for Scarlet. We're stuck on Hydra Lurker Viper. Not the best army, but if we can abduct some of these carriers, then we can fight back. Oh! We got the Immortals. Big abductions here. 3 Immortals go down. An Archon as well. Really good trades. The carrier army is still rebuilding more Interceptors. Oh my god. The storms, they're always so brutal. We take a storm to the face. Hydra's backing off. Again, at least Scarlet is now aware that she can't morph in too many lurkers and sacrifice her anti-air too much. More Hydras are amassing. Vipers regathering energy. What's really oh my god, what's really killing Scarlet, other than these storms, which are brutal, is the economy. Scarlet, she's still down less than 60 workers, doesn't have much of a bank. I know it looks like she does. She's got 1k minerals, 3k gas. That's something to work with, but that can't actually facilitate a remax. Like, a bad fight is going to be difficult to recover from. Speaking of, carriers are pushing forward. Oh, and this is becoming too much here as we're just snowballing out of control. Big feedbacks here on the Vipers. Carriers pushing forward. We lose one carrier, but massive storms on the army. And this is just too much. GG gets called. Raynor snowballs out of control and takes the series 2-0. GG, well played. GG. In the end, did rely on Skytoss, but getting there was a little bit different. Raynor, he did open up Mass Phoenix, if you remember, and the Phoenixes did amazingly. They took map control. They were able to supply block Scarlet quite heavily. And they, of course, forced Scarlet into eventually Hydra Lurker Viper. And Scarlet was able to hold on, but the problem here, even if we discount the Skytoss transition, even without that, remember that Raynor was still outpositioning Scarlet. Raynor was still crippling the economy of Scarlet, even without the carriers. Scarlet was down like 56 drone, or down to 56 workers. Was having a really hard time vying for map control and sustaining herself. And even if it wasn't for the Skytoss, even if it wasn't for the carriers, I do think that Raynor would have been able to overwhelm with a ground toss army anyway. Like, things were looking a little bit bleak and a little bit dire for Scarlet for quite some time. And yeah, Raynor doing quite nicely as well, just handling his army, positional play, his overall army composition, his build of choice. Good stuff out of Raynor. Does come out on top, does take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Raynor, again, does show us why he hates ZVZ and why he embraces PVZ whenever he can. Always willing to off-race against any Zerg player, most Zerg players out there. I should not say any, because he doesn't play Protoss anymore against Dark. He learned his lesson last time, and he never again. So mainly relies on ZVZ in certain cases, but for the most part, does embrace Protoss whenever he can against other Zerg players. It's just a good way to deal with some of those frustrations. He's like, yeah, feel the power of the Protoss. Oh. It's brutal. Regardless, GG, congratulations. My condolences to Scarlet, and with that, we have reached the halfway mark. We've reached the halfway mark here of today's broadcast. Switching our scenes over, we have wrapped up our first 2 matchups. We had Mixu taking down Trigger 2-1. Again, a really impressive performance out of Mixu. I was not expecting that. Likewise, Raynor flexing his Protoss versus Zerg matchup here, coming out on top of against Scarlet 2-0. GG. GG, very well played. Meanwhile, we have 3 more matches ahead of us. So 3 more best of 3s. We have a Hero Marine, Big Gabe versus Raynor, followed by Mixu versus Hydra, and Trigger versus Scarlet. The Canadian on Canadian action at the end of the night to wrap us up. 3 more matches. Before we do get into that, though, we're going to be going on a short break. I'm running out of water. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will embrace and we'll wrap up the rest of Group D and the rest of the group stage of HomeStory Cup 24. Again, it's been a great it's been a great group stage so far. Really good matches have been had. Really cool to see some off racing, some upsets, some of the up and comers like having a really good performance and really good debuts on kind of the big stage as well. And yeah, it's been great so far. We'll see how the night ends. For now, though, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Until then, hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, drain your disruptors, and marinate your marauders. We'll be back soon. See you then. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break because we have returned with the second half of tonight's broadcast. We just wrapped up with Mixu versus Trigger alongside Rainer versus Scarlet, and now we have returned with a different matchup, finally featuring a Terran player, a TVZ between Hero Marine and Rainer. Here we go. The TVZs are upon us, and I am excited to sink my teeth into it. One of my favorite matchups to watch, to cast. It's amazing, it's beautiful, as long as mech isn't involved. And I bring this up because Hero Marine did play mech against Scarlet earlier in this group. Will he do it against Rainer as well? I'm curious. I'm curious if he'll embrace the Mass Cyclone or if he does play a more traditional form of Terran versus Zerg. I'm curious. I'm nervous. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what to be expected here as we're loading in. Game 1 gonna be on Hard Lead. Let's go. Hard Lead, of course, being a much smaller map, a lot of aggression can be applied here. We have seen in recent times a little late game, to be fair, on Hard Lead. We've seen a lot of split map scenarios, but we'll get to that point as we're getting into game number 1 of this fresh series. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have our Italian Zerg player representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran representing Maus from the land of Germany. It is Hero Marine. Here we go. Again, Big Gabe Hero Marine has been among the upper echelons of European Terran for a very long time. A very long time. Been top 2 or / top 3 in recent times as well. Has been amazing. And yeah, we've also seen him succeed even amongst some of the higher tier of Protoss and Zergs out there as well. What I will say is that from my understanding, it feels like Hero Marine is very, I want to say experimental. He has a lot of variety. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. He has a lot of variety with his builds, with his play styles. He can be very fluid and very flexible with what he brings to the table and how he plays in a lot of these matchups. So again, I'm really curious to see how he does approach this TVZ and how he approaches Rainer in general. We may see a standard macro game, that's true, but I'm really expecting a little bit more flair out of Hero Marine. We'll see. That's going to be the case. We shall see. The biggest of the... Oh, he's so big, Papi. Oh my god. Let's go. And so now it's going to be a Rack Expand standard economic opener here out of Hero Marine. Likewise across the map, Hash Gas Pool from Rainer as well. Nothing too out of the norm yet. Nothing too crazy. Again, this was the start of December. This could have been before Rainer really latched onto 15-15s. I'm curious if he does go for a 15 hatch opener later on in this series, as he's quite fond of it against Terran in current era, in current StarCraft. Behind this, we're going to be getting into our follow-ups. We can see our factory already on the way. We're not rushing into a second Rax, for example. And Hero Marine is also not quite embracing the 2x Reaper opener either. He has done it before. He has whipped out the Beyond Special of 2x Reaper even into 3x, but not opting to go for it here in game number 1, as the Reaper does get across the map, does threaten the mineral line, does force out a couple of these Spore Crawlers. Doesn't get much else. Ooh, as the Reaper gets very low here, one shot away from going down, but will manage to escape, will manage to slip away. Behind this, a third CC has been thrown down. It's going to be 3 CC before Starport, a very economic opener, a very economic build from Hero Marine. He does get eyes on the third base. Again, Hero Marine, he wasn't quite able to kill anything, did force out some Spore Crawlers, but not much else here. A good defense by Rainer. Good defense overall. Back across the map, we do have an add-on slot being set up. We have the Rax alongside the Starport. We should be seeing a Tech Lab on this Rax and an add-on swap as well for Banshee production. It's looking to be 3cc Banshee, but we'll keep an eye on Big Gabe. We'll keep an eye on Hero Marine. And there it is. Tech Lab is in production. So far, really stock standard play from our Terran. Yeah, we should be getting into our add-on swap as well. There we go, Starport with that Rax. into Banshee. So this is as meta can be, to be honest. I know that getting into this, I was like, no, yeah, we should be seeing some spice, might be something different. For now, anything but. It's this is, yeah, standard as EVT can get here, but we'll see if Hero Marine can get damage done. Again, there's a reason why this is the standard. It's a very safe way to play. If Raynor were to open up roaches, which he has done in the past and has been relatively fond of here in this matchup, then something like a Banshee based opener can be very, very useful to you, to help defend, to help counteract something like roaches, help get you into the mid game and shut down a lot of the aggression from the Zerg player. Likewise, also a good way to harass and get some scouting information as well. Speaking of scouting, Overlord goes in and Raynor, he sees everything. He does confirm the 111, he confirms the 3CC, confirms the cloak that's being researched on the tech lab as well. So Raynor, he's fully aware of everything that Hero Marine is going for. He's going to be able to drone up and, of course, tech up alongside it. Hellions threatening to dive in. This is what I was waiting. Oh, let's go. So I mentioned before, Hero Marine, he did go Mass Cyclone. He did play Mech against Scarlet to great success. And we can see a second factory. So this is more along the lines of what I was getting at here, is that things were opening up standard, but from 3CC Banshee, we're getting into Mech. We have 2 more factories on the way. We are embracing the Cyclone. Let's go. Initially, we have Banshees that are going to be moving out for map control. Hellions going to be applying pressure. Raynor doesn't see what's going on, but if he was watching, if he was aware of the Scarlet series, then this could be in the back of his mind. The mech could be in the back of his mind here, as Big Gabe has already whipped it out today. Or whipped it out in this tournament. Queen's going to be going down. We do pick off 2. Good pickoffs. 2 queens do go down. Banshee's back off. We have Hyperflight Rotors in production. Hellion production continuing on as well. No Cyclones for the time being. But there we go. The Cyclone production has now finally commenced. Should be working towards Hurricane Thrusters and building up this mech composition. Now, what is scary, the scariest thing right now is just that Raynor hasn't confirmed this. He doesn't know. Because he doesn't know, he's getting into Ling Bane. Ling Bane Queen. No roaches, no hydras. Both could be viable options here against this kind of army. And there it is. Hurricane Thrusters on the way. +1 carapace. This tells us that he thinks it's fire. It's a 1-1 into a lair, of course, into a Bailey Nest. There it is, into Hydra. So Ling Bane Hydra going to be the composition for Raynor. Ling Bane Hydra can work against mech. Against battle mech specifically. But we're looking for surrounds. We're looking for big engagements. As we clear up so much of this creep. Oh my god. And based, yeah, there we go. The Cyclones reveal themselves. I was going to say, based on how many Hellions there are, we should be able to piece together that it is going to be mech. So Raynor now knows. He does confirm. Queen's pushing on forward. We do focus on some of those Hellions. Oh, and at the same time, a massive link counter-attack here at the 3rd base location. Raynor catching Hero Marine out of position. Gets 10 SCVs. Does cripple the economy. Does even catch... Oh, does try to catch a Cyclone. Unable to, though. Cyclones are gaining more ground across the map. They catch another Queen. Chance to use barely keeping this army alive. The Queens are barely holding on. Banshees, they go straight for the Bailings. They go for the Hydras, they go for the Bailings. Banshees wreaking havoc here. And the Cyclone reinforcements, they have arrived. Hero Marine is pushing through. He's trying to break on through. Bailings are barely holding on. Bailing speed just now finishes. Does finish up. But good kiting out of Hero Marine. He shuts down every single Bailing. They will not connect. And now these Queens are looking that much more vulnerable. The Queens, the hatchery. Yeah, Hero Marine is snowballing out of control. Every single Queen is going to be falling. The Hydras are coming from behind. But good positioning out of Hero Marine. He does pull back. When he cleans up a lot of those Hydras. And is this becoming too much? Oh. This may just be too much here. Oh, good bailing connections. A lot of Cyclones do go down. Oh god, but the Hydras are exposed. Expensive losses here for Raynor. Not as much for Hero Marine, as he does trade very well. Now, the hatchery does survive. Barely. Hero Marine does retreat for the time being. He's waiting for reinforcements. Here, Raynor, he has a little bit of room to breathe. But the army, it arrives once again. Now we catch out the queens. Hydras do still pose a threat. Raynor, he's remaxing slowly but surely, building up that link count once again. Yeah, Hero Marine, if he hadn't taken those Banelings to the face earlier, I do think he would have been able to break through, but he barely hasn't been able to. Hero Marine is losing control of this game, losing control of this map. Raynor is stabilizing. He's on 71 workers, an okay worker count. And because Hero Marine has lost so many Cyclones, he's lost 17 Cyclones, I kind of like the idea of Hero Marine backing off and going into tank production. I don't know if we can really build up a death ball of a Cyclone army anymore, just because we have been slowed down. We're going to try, though. We are going to try. As Gabe rotates around, catches an Overlord, catches a Queen. Ooh, may even catch a base. Oh, good. As the hatchery is getting low, but we do have Raynor coming in for a full surround. Yeah, big catch here on these Cyclones. Expensive losses here for Hero Marine, as every single Cyclone going to be going down. And this was not worth it for Big Gabe. Now he starts tank production. Again, I do think we needed this a little bit sooner, but again, tanks are on the way. Hero Marine is transitioning out of a more mobile army into a more stationary army. And Raynor, he survived. Raynor, he has survived the worst of it. He retained most of his drones. He retained his bases. And Raynor, he's going to be able to just, yeah, get up to 90 workers and max out. So Raynor looking to be in a pretty good position right now. As long as he doesn't lose the base. As long as he doesn't lose the hatchery here, he should be fine. Does keep up, does zone away the Terran. Meanwhile, again, we're just getting to Hellion tank instead. We're going to be walling up, and we're in for a long one. Again, Hero Marine should just be turtling from this point. And Raynor is just gaining map control, shutting down these rocks. Rocks are being knocked down. Ooh, that was potentially a kill on that hatchery. Ay, ay, ay. Good pick off there from Hero Marine. Lings are trying to engage. All the Lings are going down, and I'm not really feeling this fight here for Raynor. He's getting caught out. A very rough fight here. The Lings go down, the Banelings go down, the Hydras as well. A massive fight for Hero Marine. Raynor, big overextension. And he's going to be losing everything here. Every single Hydra going to be going down. The tanks are sieged. GG gets called. And Hero Marine takes game number 1. GG. Raynor, he was stabilizing. He was holding on. He was on 90 workers. He was in the middle of maxing out. But Raynor takes a brutal fight. A really rough fight there out in the open. Gets caught out. And things very quickly escalate in favor of Big Gabe. GG, well played. I was concerned that the game was going to slow down. I was concerned that the game was going to slow down. We were going to wall up and just split the map in half. But again, Raynor, he was just a little bit too cavalier there. A little bit too cavalier, a little bit too overzealous. Did lead to the game ending a little bit abruptly there, as he just lost so much so quickly. GG, well played. And with that, Hero Marine is now leading the series 1-0. Uno mas. One more is all he needs. Raynor needs to fight back here and now. And the question becomes, does Big Gabe whip out the Mass Cyclone 2 games in a row? Does he do it again? That is the question. Oh boy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. Down in the series, looking to fight back. It is Raynor. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Maus. Leading the series 1-0, it is Hero Marine. Here we go. So we are just going to be settling on into this. So far, we'll see. I mean, so far everything's going to be standard. Remember, kind of winding it back here. Hero Marine did go for a pretty standard opener. As in game 1, he went for a Rax expand into a third CC into Banshee play before going into mech. Here we do have Hero Marine instead going for a CC first, a very cheeky opener, very greedy. But these openers are a lot more commonplace specifically on this map. The reason for this, for the CC first, is because Alcyone has the second longest rush distance. It is the second longest rush distance map in the map pool, second only to Radisson Station. So CC first is viable on both this map and Radisson Station. You can be greedy, you can cut corners, and it is that much more difficult to punish. And I don't really think Hero Marine is going to be punished for this. So yeah, just a really cheeky opener. Should get away with it. Ooh, oh my god! Oh, I'm getting some Beyond flashbacks, not like this. Hero Marine being crazy is going CC first, interacts into CC before Factory. Fun fact, if you were here for it, we casted ESL Open Cup Americas, I want to say 3 weeks ago, after ESL Masters Winter. We casted ESL Americas, and we casted Reina versus Bjorn on this map, on Alcyone, like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And Bjorn did the same thing. He went CC first, interacts into third CC, into double eBay, hyper greed out of Bjorn, and Reina played standard, and Bjorn snowballed out of control, and he clowned all over Reina. It was crazy how Bjorn played that series. He was hyper greedy on Alcyone, and then I think he just cheesed in the next game. And just went all, he went for a 2-base all in the next game, just really playing with his opponent. And yeah, Bjorn was able to get away with it. I'm concerned that that's going to happen here. I'm concerned that history will repeat itself as Hero Marine is just being as greedy as possible. We'll see if he also goes double eBay as well before Factory. Behind this, Rainer's just chilling, going hatch gas pool. He has no idea what's going on. He does see the timing of the CC, so he's aware of at least the CC first, but he isn't aware of just the timing of the third base either. Factory now on the way. So Hero Marine, he isn't being as greedy as Bjorn. He isn't going double eBay before Factory, thankfully. Oh my god. And we see why we're not going double eBay. Oh my god, this is wild. CC first into third CC before Factory into double Factory mech. The Cyclones are coming 3 factories at a time. We have nothing, by the way. We have 4 Marines. That's our army. If Rainer had gone for a Bane bust, if he had gone for a Roach Rush, Hero Marine would just be dead. He would have, like, there's no scout. Hero Marine, he skipped his Reaper. 0 scouting information, 0 vision whatsoever. Hero Marine goes for just one of the greediest builds you can go for. 4 vanilla Marines is all he had to his name, and he gets away with it. And Rainer has no idea. He's chilling, just droning, just spreading his creep. He didn't really confirm what his opponent was doing, so he didn't know that he could punish his opponent. And as a result, Hero Marine is getting away with it. He's getting up to, what is this, 5 factories. Jesus. 5 factory production. Hero Marine, he has gotten away with murder. Rainer behind this, going for a lair first. Very safe play. So Rainer, he's going for a lair opener, which is going to be leading into a faster baling nest, which is going to be leading into faster baling speed. So really safe play out of Rainer. There's that baling nest we spoke about. Delayed upgrades, delayed tech. And Rainer, this safe opener isn't really going to be too applicable. Basically, this build from Rainer keeps you safe against Hellbat pushes. Bigling scouts Rainer, he sees everything, and he sees and he confirms the mass factory. Rainer now knows what's going on. He's now aware, but can he do anything about it? That is the question. And how will Rainer respond? Will we go into Roach Ravager? Will we respond with Hydras again? Hydras are viable against Battle Mech. But against how greedy Hero Marine has been, I'm not too sure. And here we go. We are pushing. Again, because of the build of Raynor, we have to focus and prioritize bailing speed. That's all we have. So bailing speed is on the way. And we have to defend with Ling Queen. With purely Lings and Queens, we have to try to hold on. Lings getting ready for potentially a surround. Yeah, they're coming in from behind. We have a mass surround being set up. Raynor with a massive catch. A big engagement in Raynor. He swallows up the army. He cleans everything up. A big moment here at the same time. A big Ling counterattack. 8 SCVs go down. Raynor, a really good moment for him. Despite the greed of his opponent, he does punish Hero Marine, and this will even things up. That's the scary thing here, is that Hero Marine was ahead, and everything that just happened, cleaning up all those Cyclones, getting 8 SCVs, that is enough to try to stabilize. Hero Marine is still ahead in economy, he's still up in SCVs plus mules. Hero Marine is making 9 Cyclones at a time. Oh my god. Just making mass Cyclone behind this. Hero Marine, he still poses a threat, but Raynor, he's, again, evening things up. He's stabilizing. Not quite there yet, but he's on the way. 4th base in production. More Lings, more Bailings. Bailing speed does kick in. Drew rolling forward. And can we connect with the Cyclones? That's a lot of Cyclones, though. That's the problem here. Ling Bane going to be crashing on forward. Good kiting here by Hero Marine. Good positioning here on top of the ramp as well. The Bailings, they do crash on forward, but the Cyclones, they clean everything up. The Lings are going down. We do get 14 SCVs. But what about the main army? What about the mass Cyclone? Because we are triggering a counterattack. Raynor's droning. No shot. Raynor, he's droning. He doesn't have an army. Doesn't have much of an army. And Hero Marine, he's pushing. He's moving out. We have how many Lings? 17 Lings against 18 Cyclones. There are more Cyclones than there are Lings right now. And we are pushing. Oh, let this thing run by. We do get into the natural. We're getting a lot of economic damage done. But I don't think we care. We get 13 SCVs. The economy has been crippled. It's almost non-existent. But Hero Marine, he does not back down. He keeps on pushing. He still has a death bull of an army. And kiting against all these Bailings off of creep. It's brutal. So many Bailings go down. We push on forward. Creep is receding. This 4th hatchery is going to be falling. There's no saving it. Not with what Raynor has. Hatchery will fall. Raynor is going for a counterattack. He does catch, does try to catch reinforcements, but he gets caught out instead. We have 23 Cyclones. And Raynor, he's just not ready for this. 0-0 upgrades for Raynor. Trying to go for a surround. He will collapse on top of these Cyclones. Good bailing connections. The best bailing connections he could have hoped for, but it's still too much. And Hero Marine, he's overwhelming Raynor here with just pure Cyclone. Every Queen goes down. The Lings, the Bailings, GG gets called, and Hero Marine will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Cyclones, they're all you need, Bathi. They're all you need. To be fair, there was a lot that came into this. There was a lot that did come into this series here. Into this game especially. Hero Marine got away with so much greed. He went CC first into a 3rd base before factory into 5 factory production. It was wild. On top of that, the opener of Raynor was really rough. If you remember, Raynor opened up very safely. He went hatch gas pool into a 3rd, which was normal, but he went lair first. He went lair first into a Bailey nest. This is a way to play safely against someone who's being aggressive or someone who you think is being aggressive. When really, if you remember, Hero Marine was being greedy. And because of that, Hero Marine, he got away with his build. He got away with so much greed in the early game, facilitating for all those Cyclones. Raynor couldn't punish him. And by the time he was, remember, he was crippling the economy, but he could not touch the army. He could not deal with the Cyclones. Not anymore. GG, well played. A solid performance there out of Hero Marine. And Raynor just caught out a little bit too much there. Was in the dark as to what Hero Marine was doing and was taken advantage of, both in game 1 and in game 2. And with that, Big Gabe does take the 2-0. Honestly, a really strong performance. Really strong performance here by Big Gabe in this group. And from here, we're going to be getting into some of the other matchups we have available. I believe Hero Marine is going to be coming out first in his group, undefeated. Rainer, I believe, his only blemish on his record is his series here against Hero Marine, so Rainer is going to be coming out second. But we still have some more matches ahead of us, and we're going to be featuring some of our other players. We're going to be featuring Mixu versus Hydra. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, someone asking in the chat, is this live? The cast is live, the games are not. We're catching up on HomeStory Cup. These were games that were played out back in December. December of 2023 is when this was actually played out live. And we are just going over the group stage, catching up on all the games that we did miss out on, as we weren't able to watch it live. Unfortunately. Here we go. As we are getting into our next best of 3 into game number 1 on Site Delta. Let us go. Site Delta is going to be coming up next here in our PvZ, and we haven't been able to watch much of Hydra. I mean, we have been casting a lot of him recently. He's been very active. Fun fact, Hydra did speak with us at the start of the year, was talking about how he wanted to commit. He wanted to put his all into StarCraft this year, just because in future years he's going to be focusing on studying and focusing on his IRL career. So this is going to be his last year that he can kind of focus on StarCraft, and we'll see what he can bring out here in HomeStory Cup. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands representing Team Roddy. It is Hydra. Here we go. Again, we just casted Mixu taking down Trigger earlier today. Really good performance. Really surprising result for Mixu to bring down Trigger. So coming into this series, I would have said they're both pretty comparable in skill, but after what we just saw between Mixu and Trigger, I have to say that Mixu is coming in as the favorite player, and Hydra, he's the one that has to prove himself. He's the one that does need to prove himself instead. We'll see if he can. Here we go. Catching up with the chat. Really, mate, you really think Babyling would be captured by anyone? Really, she's the one that's keeping everyone keeping everyone contained. Oh my god. Not like this. Not like this, man. But it's good to see everyone in the chat. I see a Tapia in the chat as well. In Photobaz. Aistan. Oh my god. Aistan. Where have you been? I haven't seen you come first in too long. Aye. But good to see you all. Good to see you all. As we're settling into our next series here. Another PvZ. We've had quite a lot of them today. Quite a lot. And again, we haven't been able to feature too much of Hydra at HomeStory Cup, but I'm happy to be broadcasting his series here against Mixu, and really excited to see how Hydra can perform and what he can bring to the table against a player like Mixu as well. We'll see what he's fond of in this matchup as we are going for a Stargate opener. Been busy with IRL stuff. I'll do a bit. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Poppy. It's okay. As a reminder, of course, next week is going to be a little bit light for us on the CranKy Ducklings, just because next week is IM. Next week is IM Katowice, Poppy. IM is coming up. It's creeping up on us. So be sure to be a part of it. As, of course, we do have our depth harass getting across the map. Hydra applying a bit of pressure. Has to be careful not to overextend. Has to be careful not to lose this adept. We'll be pulling back. As adepts, they do shade in towards that third base once again. Oh, trying to pick up a worker. Looks like they can maybe get one. Oh, not even. Not even, as Hydra is forced back. Behind this, though, we have a Void Ray. I'm ready for it. I am ready. We've been casting nothing but Oracle-based openers the entire day. I'm finally ready to embrace something more aggressive, something more chaotic. Show us the Void Ray. Show us what comes next. With a Void Ray opener, the power of this build for Protoss is you shut down the Overlord. You shut down the Overlord, you keep the Zerg player in the dark, and behind this, we can go double Stargate Sky Toss, we can go into Adepts, we can go into a Charge All-In, we can do anything we so choose. What will Hydra without? As the Void Ray has been revealed, Mixu fanning out his Lings. Again, his goal here is going to be to try to get a read on what's happening, and we have our answer. It is going to be double Stargate into Skytoss. Fleet Beacons on the way. We're rushing into either Carriers or Tempest. It's a Skytoss rush. Oh boy. So we are aware of what's going on, but Mixu is still in the dark as we end up losing a couple more drones here. 4 workers do go down. We get a 5th. We get maybe even a 6th worker. 5 drones get shut down. And again, Mixu has to piece together what's happening.
Under attack.
As another Overlord is getting caught out. Big catch there from Hydra. Can we get a 3rd Overlord? Ay. Queens are on the way, but there's no transfuse. We're off of creep, and a 3rd Overlord falls. And it is going to be a carrier rush. Not Tempest. I mean, either or. Both of them are viable. Both of them do work. As we cancel the Twilight Council, we throw down the Forge. It's just straight carriers here from Hydra. Now, Mixu, I believe, is still droning. Yeah, he's still droning, still working on his roaches. How many queens do we have? 6 queens. It's okay, but the low queen count is concerning. It does mean these carriers, they can get a lot done. They can achieve a lot of damage. Ooh, as we have a Twilight Council and a couple of gateways. Okay, so Hydra, it looks like he's going for the more modern variation of Skytoss rushing, of double Stargate play, where you make up to 4 carriers. You make 2, and then a 3rd, and then a 4th carrier. And then behind it, we go into, say, +1 Link Stalkers, we can go into Charge Archon, we can transition into a Ground Toss army instead. And the idea, the goal behind this build is to force the Zerg player to overreact, throw down a Spire, and make too many Corruptors. Or just overreact to the Skytoss in general. I'm assuming that's what we're doing here. I'm assuming that's what the plan is. As we have a 3rd and 4th carrier on the way. Hydra is going to be pushing, and oh my god, we're going into not Blink, not Charge, we're going into Glaive Adepts. Oh my god. I haven't seen this before. This is going to be interesting. The carriers are revealing themselves, queens are amassing. Ooh, queens are being targeted down one after the other though. We lose 1, we lose 2, we lose 3. Good target firing, but so many queens are falling. The spore is not quite done. And this is getting out of hand. We camp the area between the bases. Roach is falling one after the other. The queens are getting caught out. Not like this. More queens falling. This is becoming too much. 6 queens have fallen. We're going to get a 7th, soon to be an 8th. There are 4 spores in production, and we are just camping this natural waste. Remember, behind this, Glaive Adepts. Behind this, Ground Toss. And again, really smart that we're focusing on the Roach Warren. Spire is on the way, as we mentioned. Again, we're forcing a transition into Corruptors. Roaches are going for a big counterattack. Uh-oh. The carriers, we need them back home. We do need these carriers back home. Clutch Force Field here, holding the line. And there's that recall. Yeah, this Roach counterattack, it's going to be shut down. And this is a 2-base all-in out of Hydra. There is no 3rd whatsoever. We have hit critical mass. Well, we have hit 4 carriers. And now, again, we can focus on the ground army. The Roach Warren was sniped. And the Roach Warren is not being rebuilt because Mixu believes he doesn't need the Roach Warren. He believes that all he needs is Corruptors, and that is just not the case. We have 3 Roaches. Even if all these carriers died here and now, the Mass Adept, it would be too much. And here we go, the Adepts, they're warping in! The Adepts, they have arrived. Glaives is done, by the way. And we have no Roach Warren. We have 3 Roaches to defend and a handful of Queens. But the Adepts, they're looking to wreak havoc here in the Mineral Lines. They're looking to try to pull apart the economy of Mixu. As we commit to the Shade, and the Lings, they can do nothing. Oh, the boys are being pulled! Not like this. Drones are going down. At the same time, carriers are pushing towards the third base into a Spore Forest. Not the best angle of attack from Hydra, but pushing in nonetheless. Adepts say Shade into the main base to deny any mining at the main. Queens are falling. And there's still only 2 roaches. Soon to be 1, soon to be 0 roaches left. The Corruptors, they dive on the army. And again, these Corruptors, they can clean up with these carriers. But what else can the Corruptors do? What else can be done? As we focus on every single carrier. But the Adepts, what about the Adepts though? As we're wreaking havoc. We're getting every single drone killed. We deny mining at the third, deny mining at the natural. We deny mining here in the main as well. And this is game-ending damage. This is becoming too much. 23, 24. 24 drones. We shade towards the third. And with that, Hydra, he's gotten away with this. Again, it was just a 2-base all-in behind this. Corruptors, they're doing what they can. They're caustic spraying down some buildings, but really this is just a bit of a desperation move here out of Mixu. Stalkers have been warped in. And we will save this base. And 40 drones have gone down. 40 workers. Oh, God. The economy's in shambles. Mutas are on the way because that's all we really can make. And we're down to 20 drones. And I don't think we can hold on to them. Not anymore. Roach Warren has been rebuilt. Which is nice and all, but... Again, Hydra... Nice, any kind of mining. These are the last couple of drones remaining here, but they get found. No, the drones, they get found out by Hydra. They're being chased down. Stalkers are on the way. GG gets called, and Hydra will take game number 1. GG. Again, it was a Void Ray opener into double Stargate, carrier production into Glaive Adepts, and it worked beautifully. It worked as intended. Remember, the goal of this build is to force an overreaction into Corruptors. We saw Mixu, he was forced into Aspire, into Corruptors. He did kill all the carriers, that is true. He killed all 4 carriers, but he had nothing to deal with the Adepts, and he was just pulled apart completely. GG, well played. And with that, Hydra takes a lead in the series. Like, you should stream you're attending the event. I do not have the bandwidth for that. I would love to, but I don't have the bandwidth to stream from my phone, or the money for that either. It's expensive, expensive. Our goal is to one day stop the number of sounder for the first quacker. One day. But yeah, it's gonna be a great time, and regardless, GG well played. Hydra does take a 1-0 lead. But we'll see what we have up our sleeve for game number 2. Again, game 1 was a very specialized build, very specialized all-in from Hydra. I don't expect him to do that again in this series. I don't expect him to do that for a second time. But what else do we have? DTs, regular Glaive Adepts, charge all-ins, Blink Stalker based play. There's a lot available here for Hydra. What do we go for? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have our red Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands representing Team Roddy, leading the series 1-0. It is Hydra. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. Here we go. Again, in a longer game, in a standard game, I would favor Mixu, but clearly Hydra has other things in store for us, has other things planned. It's not looking for a long game, not looking for a macro game. Oh boy. So what do we go for? What will we have? As for now, Hydra just going for his gate expand. Likewise, Mixu going for his own hatch first. It's going to be a hatch gas pull opener out of Mixu, standard play. Hydra, likewise, everything looking normal for now. Really, our big point of deviation is going to be that Stargate. Or it's going to be the tech of choice, whether we go Stargate or Twilight Council. And then from there, what direction do we take? The early game is just going to be standard. Standard. It is just going for the expansion into Cybercore. Meanwhile, Mixu, I'm sure feeling a little bit frustrated. And what I will say is, when it comes to hard lead, short rush distance by ground, after what just happened in game 1, it's very possible that Mixu, he may be the aggressor. He may be the one to turn the tables on Hydra instead. It's possible. It is possible. As for now, we're just getting into our tech of choice. For now, we're just easing ourselves in towards this game. Just going to be droning up. Cybercore is about to finish, and we will soon see our tech of choice. The pylon placement is a little bit suspect. It's closer to the main base of Hydra. So, if it's a Stargate, it could be Void Ray again. It could also be a Twilight Council. I actually really like his Stargate Void Ray opener in this position. Just because of what happened in game 1, the idea of opening Void Ray, shutting down Overlords, and keeping the Zerg player in the dark, and keeping them anxious as to what happens next, is just a really good way to play out this series. So, I like the idea of another Void Ray. We'll see if that's what we get. We'll see if that's the case. For now, just going to be droning. For now, we're just droning. We're just threatening the mineral lines here with this Adept. Dip in between the bases. Stargate is about to finish, and we will soon get eyes on our first unit of choice, and it is going to be... Give us a Void Ray. As for now, we're focusing on our Adept across the map. We do get a drone, I believe. No, sorry, we don't get a worker, actually. Clutch moves out of Mixu, keeping his mineral line alive. And now we pick our first unit. Oracle. It's going to be an Oracle first, not a Void Ray. As a result, it's looking like a standard game. It's looking like an Oracle opener into a third base, into triple Oracle. Looking like a standard PvZ. He spoiled us in game 1. We saw something crazy in game 1, but here in game 2, it's looking like standard play from Hydra. Lings, of course, can be checking for expansions. Mixu still trying to piece together what's going on. Still piecing it together. Oracle does move out. We do get into middle line. 3 drones get picked off. So far, good damage. Well done here by Hydra. Gets a couple of workers before backing the hell off. Behind this, we have another Oracle on the way. Meanwhile, that is a fast Roach Warren. Let's go. No reason to throw down a Roach Warren this early on. We're here at the sub 4-minute 30 mark. Against a Stargate opener. Now, this could just be paranoia. This could just be Mixu playing safe. But my money here is on Mixu going for an all-in. Going for a big Roach Queen timing. Creep is spreading across the map towards the bases of Hydra. Now, we'll see if Mixu cuts workers. For now, he's droning. He's droning up to around 50. He's droning up to 50 and Eva Chamber. With this Eva Chamber on the way, it looks like it is just a safety Roach Warren. This is concerning then. This Roach Warren is too early and we're not making use of it. We're making drones, we're making Lings. Just a very safe way that Mixu is playing, and it does set him behind a little bit. Or, again, just kind of wasted resources here as Mixu works towards a 4th. 4th base is on the way, +1 range. Mixu just going to be chilling, just droning. And Hydra is going to be able to take his 3rd. We're getting into the mid-game. We're getting past the early game in towards the mid-game here, into more of a back and forth. I do appreciate it. Do have a pretty big gateway explosion behind this. Immortal production has commenced. Interesting. So we're working towards +1 and blink, which is normal. The safety immortal here is interesting for Hydra. We'll see if we commit to additional immortal production. Oh, as this is a very committed gateway explosion, actually. That's 6 gateways. That is 8 gates in total. 8 gates for Hydra. Now suddenly this Immortal makes sense, as we do snipe one of those Oracles. Big pick off there from Mixu. But my assumption is we're going up to 8 gate Blink, we're working up Immortals, there we go, we're building up Sentries. This looks like a 3-base all-in. This looks like a 3-base all-in at a Hydra. We'll see if he does take a 4th. Mixu is also curious. He's also fanning out his Lings, looking for a 4th base. Because the time is here. The time is now to take a 4th. And Hydra hasn't taken the bait. Not yet. As for now, we're waiting for Blink. There's that Prism on the way. Again, we are going for a big 3-base all-in. Mixu a little bit in the dark. I mean, at least he sees a lack of 4th, so Mixu isn't overdroning. He's cutting workers at 70. He's making Lings, making Roaches. This is a good decision. This is just really good reaction so far from what Mixu has seen, or really from what Mixu hasn't seen. And what he hasn't seen is a 4th. Meanwhile, Overseer dives into the main. We get eyes on the Gateway Explosion. For the most part, we see the production here of Hydra. And we are pushing. Here comes the 3-base all-in from our Protoss player. But again, Mixu is so prepared for this. He cut workers early on, he didn't take up too heavily, and the Roach army collapses on the Stalkers. We're going to be pulling back, we're going to be microing our heart out here as well. The Immortals putting in a lot of work. But Mixu is being forced further and further back. We do get on top of the Immortals though. New dive on the army. Sentry's going to be going down. The Immortal gets targeted as well. The juggling a little bit too late. We save one Immortal, but we don't save the other. Again, a good engage here for Mixu. Remember, he was so prepared for this. He was so willing to embrace an all-in, and he is. At the same time, goes for a big link counterattack. He denies a pylon. Threatens the bases here of Mixu. Ooh, the piles connect. Ay. Again, should not be happening. The army is being forced back, and Mixu is in full control of this game. He is in control. Dives on the army once again. The Biles, they connect with the Stalkers. They even graze the Immortal. It gets focused down. The Biles, they bring down the Prism. We deny the warp in. Massive Biles there from Mixu. GG gets called in. Mixu, he shuts down the all-in, and he takes game number 2, tying us up 1-1. GG. Cut workers very early on, just focusing on purely Roach production and Ravagers as well. And with that, Mixu, he ties it up. Ties us up 1-1. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way. And again, I'm still excited to see what Hydra does. Remember, game 1, double Stargate into carriers. Game 2, 3-base all in. Game 3, what do you got? What do you have? Well, where will you take us here in that 3rd game, as we're going to be loading into Equilibrium? Oh my god. Typically a very vetoed map in the map pool. Very heavily vetoed map. I am shocked to see that it is going to be played here in a ZVP. I am a little bit in shock, but we'll see. We'll see what a Hydra has in store for us, because spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our blue Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands, representing Team Brody, being forced into the ace match. It is Hydra. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. Here we go. And again, I'm still very surprised to see us playing on Equilibrium. This map is considered to be very Zerg friendly, just because of how open it is in the center, how you can rush into the goal base and take advantage of it without being punished too hard, and of course the longer rush distance by ground as well. So that because of the reason why I just stated, that's why I'm really curious to see what Hydra has in store for us. Usually this map doesn't go through unless we have a plan, unless we have something cheeky in store. So Mixu does take his third base. Is force take his third as a natural. Hatch gas pull. Standard opener out of Mixu. Again, for the most part, my eyes are really on Hydra instead. Where will he go? For now, gate expand. So far, standard opener from Hydra. But will he rush into the goal base? Will he rush into Sky Toss? What is he planning? Okay, we're back. Oh, sorry, just did have to get something. But, yeah, we're just easing into this game. For the time being, just hatch gas pull, standard opener, Mixu is droning. Hydra, likewise, still just building himself up, working towards those adepts. As we did mention, these goal bases are going to be a big point of contention for both players. We can get into them quite quickly from either a Protoss or Zerg perspective. And there it is! That's a Robo. Okay, this is why my eyes were on Hydra. You don't come into Equilibrium without a plan, and the plan is a Robo opener. Now, traditionally, this should be Disruptor drops. This should be a Disruptor drop from Hydra. This leads into a Warp Prism, into a Robotics Bay, into Disruptors and Warp Prism speed. Traditionally. But I believe we have also seen Hydra go double Robo, double Prism, quadruple Disruptor drop. I believe we have seen Hydra whip that out before. Is he willing to embrace that again? Is he willing to pull an Estrella, is the question. Adept's going to be shading in between the bases, keeping an eye on things. And we'll see where Hydra does take us. Oh, Ling Scout does attempt to come in, but no, we are denied. Ling gets shut down. Observer first. There's the Bay. But I'm curious. Do we throw down another Robo? Are we that crazy? Are we that wild? For now, we're fully walling off. Getting into our gases. Meanwhile, Mixu's still droning, rushing into the gold. We do have a third and a fourth base on the way. Double expanding here. There's that Prism in production. Again, this should be a Disruptor drop. We'll see how committed the Disruptor drop is. And again, this needs to get damage done. Mixu, he recognizes something is wrong. He's going into a fast Roach Warren. That is a 4-minute Roach Warren timing. Still no third base has been scouted. So Mixu, he's aware that aggression is coming. Doesn't know what. For all Mixu knows, it could be Glaive Adepts. Could be Glaives, could be Charge, could be anything. As here comes that first Prism. Here come the first Disruptors as well. Now, I believe if this was the double Robo build, we would have already seen the second Robo. I believe it would already be here if that was the case. So it's just going to be a more standard Disruptor drop build here from Hydra. Once again, the Overlord is being forced back, and we are going for interesting. Okay, there we go. I was like, Colossus already, but we don't even have a second Disruptor. There we go. Second Disruptor on the way. Then into Colossus production to survive. Gateway Explosion is upon us. Adepts, they do shade in. We commit to the shade. We get one drone. We get a second. Oh, we're trying to get that second worker, and we do not get there. Adepts are shut down, and that is a massive Gateway Explosion. This is a 2-base all-in. 6 gateways in total. Disruptors are moving out, and 2-base all-in on Equilibrium. How do I feel about this? It's going to be a vanilla gateway all-in. That's the worrisome thing. It's going to be 8 gates. 6 in the main, 2 with the natural, 8 gates, 2-base all-in total. Remember, no blink, no glaives, no charge. It's going to be sentries, it's going to be Colossus, it's going to be stalkers, I imagine, to help support. Vanilla stalkers. Here comes the Disruptor. Up! So we do miss the first Nova, a little bit less than ideal. Prism Force back. As we get ready for this as well. Big shout out to Keybrit in the chat. Oh, thank you, Keybrit. Thank you. Kybrit? Keybrit? Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months in a row, papi. Oh, thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see how this series turns out as well. You came just in time for the finale. Game 3 of these two players. Again, Robo Opener here. Disruptor drop start from Hydra. So far, unsuccessful. Look at the trades. Hydra, despite opening up double Disruptor, 2 Lings. We've only killed 2 Lings so far. This has not been worth it. But it's still a 2-base all-in. And here we go. Hydra moving out with his Phoenixes. Sorry, moving out with his Sentries, what I meant to say. Moving out with his Colossus. It's all about the Force Fields. All about the Sentries. And of course, those Purification Novas. Lings moving out, setting up for a massive counterattack. Here we go. Hydra, he is pushing. Novas are going off. Good splits. So far, good splits out of Mixu, but there may just be too much Lings. They come in from behind. A massive surround on the army. Force fields are thrown down, but Mixu, he collapses on top of this, shutting this down. Gets on top of the Sentries, gets on top of the Stalkers. No more force fields, and that Colossus is solo. Where's the juggling? We barely save the Colossus, but everything else is falling. And remember, there's no blink. There's no easy way for these Stalkers to get out of this. As we try to reinforce, the Colossus does fall. And Hydra, he was already all in, but again, he just did not achieve enough damage with his Disruptors. Didn't do any economic damage, didn't trade against the army, didn't kill Queens. Nothing was accomplished. And as a result, Hydra, he's up against the wall. Hydra's in a brutal position right now. It's so difficult, nigh impossible to transition out of this. And Mixu is maxing out. Mixu is remaxing on Roaches, on Ravagers. Roach speed on the way. Creep is spreading through the center of the map as well. And Hydra, he does need time. And even then, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Mixu. Like, just everything is going Mixu's way. We do have a good amount of Stalkers, but again, no blink. And no blink suddenly makes them that much more weaker, that much more vulnerable. So do push in. The Stalkers have arrived. They focus on one of those Roaches. Okay. How do we win this? If we get the most perfect Novas, like I'm talking the perfect Novas here for Hydra, like back to back, then maybe we can take this. But Mixu, he's maxing out 200 supply. We're getting there. We are getting there. Keybrits. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting us know. Access puppy. As we do push on forward here, we collapse on the army. Nova's going to be going off. Good connections. Good connections with the Novas, but it looks like we may just have too much Zerg here as we break on through. Biles able to connect. They almost bring down that Prism. Disruptor gets targeted down. We have one Colossus. No, not even one Colossus survives. Ooh. And Mixui completely shuts down this push. Swallows it up. A handful of Stalkers remain. GG gets called, and Mixu will take the series 2-1, taking down Hydra. GG. GG. Huh. Well played. Mixu, he didn't know what was happening, but he correctly identified that it was going to be a 2-base all-in. He correctly identified it was not safe to drone, and he did make as many Roaches as possible. Likewise, the initial Disruptor drop was lackluster. That's the reality here, is that Disruptor drop just wasn't able to trade well at all. We didn't get into a mineral line, didn't kill Queens, didn't kill Roaches. We killed 3 Lings. And even then, I don't think they died to the Novas either. I think, like, just at the course of the game, they fell. So just a really rough opener out of Hydra. If you're curious yourself, if you're a Protoss player out there, when it comes to these Robo openers, you need to get damage done. If you don't, you fall behind. You do fall behind if you do not kill enough with your initial Disruptors. That's exactly what did occur. GG, well played. And with that, that wraps up our second last series of the night. Does wrap us up here. Mixu does take down Hydra 2-0. And we have one series left. Uno más, papi, uno más. We have one final ZVP. We had a lot of ZVPs today, but one final ZVP between Scarlet and Trigger in a bit of a Canadian Civil War. Canada on Canada action. Scarlet versus Trigger going to be coming up next. after a small break. We're going to be going on a short break here as we are reaching the end of the broadcast. We have one series remaining, but take this moment to get some rest, to get some snacks, get some food, and prepare yourself for what is to come for this ZVP. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be amazing. Look forward to it. For now, going to be heading off. Take this moment to hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, stretch your roaches, and cuddle your carriers. Tuck in your tempest. Marinate your marauders. We'll see you soon. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Until then, take care. Enjoy the Broodor OST. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you are rejuvenated. Hope you are ready for what is to come. The final series of the night. It's been a pretty interesting one so far. Again, a lot of matches were held here. We saw Hydra shine a little bit against Mixu with some very aggressive style. Just constant, basically, 2-base all-ins out of Hydra. Just constant aggressive play from him. We saw Hero Marine able to flex his mech and able to mech it happen and mech it up against Raynor earlier, taking him down 2-0. We saw Raynor flexing his off-race, flexing his Protoss, as he usually does against other Zerg players, did bring down Scarlet in the end. And we even had Mixu pop off as well, taking down Trigger. But now we have reached the final series, Trigger versus Scarlet. These two players, they do practice quite a lot. They're good friends. They do compete quite often against each other, as they are from the same region. They're from the same country. They both hail from the land of Canada, and they're both some of the best that the Americas has to offer. Scarlet, Trigger, Estrella, they're the best in North America. As we extend that to the rest of the Americas, you know how we have Kelazur that's been rising up. We have Special alongside them as well. From Latin America, you know, there's a lot of good representation, but regardless, Trigger and Scarlet are still some of the best in that region in the Americas, and yeah, we'll see how they compare to each other. We'll see how they compare as they face off here in HomeStory Cup. It is a shame that they have to face off. It's a shame that they happen to be in the same group. Exclamation mark Funada the admins and Funada the seeding, but you know, yeah, at the end of the day, you do have to compete against each other, and we'll see how this turns out, as game one is going to be on Solaris. Oh, for the first time today. For the first time tonight, we're going to be loading into Solaris, so a bit of a breath of fresh air. I'm surprised that we casted Equilibrium before we casted Solaris. That's how wild today has been. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the Canadian Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. The Canadian Zerg player, it is Scarlet. We go. So we do settle into this ZVP, and again, we did get to see earlier that Trigger did struggle a little bit against Raynor, but likewise, Trigger actually struggling a little bit more than we assumed he would here in this group. He did end up falling to Mixu as well. Mixu was popping off, so Trigger, he needs this win. He needs to redeem himself in this group stage. He needs to get some points on the board to make it out of the group. I actually don't think it's possible for him, but regardless, would like to have the best standing as possible getting out of the group stage. We'll see if he can pull it off. We'll see if Scarlet can get another win under her belt here, as we are going to be dipping into this ZVP. So far, it's going to be a hatch gas pool. When it comes to Zerg versus Protoss, when it comes to Trigger's playstyle, to echo what we spoke about earlier today, Trigger is very standard. He, unlike what we saw from Hydra, remember, Hydra, just non-stop all-ins. We saw double Stargate Carrier into Glaive Adepts. We saw double Robo Opener into a 2-base all-in as well. Like, we saw hyper-aggression out of Hydra. We shouldn't really be seeing much of that at all with Trigger. Trigger isn't really one to go for all-ins in PvZ, not too often. Can maybe go for a Twilight Council opener into Glaives, but even then would most likely go for a macro variation. And yeah, again, Trigger, he usually does go for some of these longer games. Or I should say thrives in the mid-game. Does typically thrive in the mid-game. We'll see if he can get there. We'll see if Scarlet can slip him up and stop that from happening. Stop Trigger from getting too comfortable. For now, hatch gas pool, Stargate opener out of Trigger. This should be for an Oracle opener. We'll see if he embraces something like a Phoenix or a Void Ray opener instead, which can take us down a different path. But for now, it should just be Oracles on the horizon. Meanwhile, back at home, Scarlet just taking her third base, just droning on up. We do have some Lings being active on the map as well, just going to be bouncing around. It's going to be threatening a dive, trying to get a read on any kind of hidden pylons, any hidden tech. Make sure the probe doesn't get out on the map too unimpeded. And again, we're just waiting for our first units of choice here. And there it is. It is going to be the Oracle opener out of Trigger. As to be expected. That is his bread and butter. This should be an Oracle opener into a third base, into triple Oracle production. Into a relatively standard game. Which means our attention does fall upon the Zerg player here. How does Scarlet approach this? Do we go for a safety roach for one? Do we go for a fast one? Do we delay it and go for a more economic build? Do we go for something more tech heavy? Scarlet does have options, especially with this kind of opener. Again, we do see Trigger moving out with his Oracle. Gonna try to get some scouting information, try to thread the mineral lines. Does deny mining here at the third base, but doesn't kill any drones. Not yet. Is working on it. Oracle dips in between the bases, heads towards that mineral line, does find a drone. Gets one. Gets one worker at the natural. That's okay, but ideally we're hoping for more damage behind this. Ooh, a very tech-heavy style. Showtime, is that you? That's a Forge and a Robo. What are we missing? No Twilight Council. We're going for a delayed Twilight Council, and what does that exactly mean? Well, as we pick up a couple of extra drones, we do get 2 more here between the bases, and potentially a third, as there's no Spore at the third. We get a third drone, we get a 4th drone as well. But basically, delayed Twilight Council. The reason why it's delayed is because we're not rushing, we're not prioritizing Blink, we're not prioritizing Charge. This Twilight Council should be for a Templar Archives to work towards +1, towards Archons, towards Immortal production. Or even just straight up Colossus. So a very tech-heavy style, very light on units, very light on aggression. There it is, Immortal production has already commenced. We're building up a death ball of an army with Immortals, Archons, and Charge Lords. And this can hit like a truck, but it takes a while to really get going. Like, right now, Trigger is so vulnerable. He doesn't have anything to defend, but Scarlet, she's busy droning and taking her forth. Is busy dealing with this Oracle. Meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be Charge and Archon. It's going to be Blink, not Charge or Archon instead. Ooh, as a big stage trap goes off, we do delay the expansion of Scarlet. And again, that Immortal count is getting higher and higher. More gateways on the way. I believe this is going to be I believe this should be a 3-base all-in. Like, with how many Immortals we're getting, we're going to have quite a high amount by the time we push. Question becomes, are these Immortals being produced as just to defend, just to survive, or to counterattack and go all in? It's a fine line. Fine line riding between those two kind of thought processes and behind the playstyles here in PvZ. But now, Twilight Council. Infestation bit's on the way. Infestation bit in production here for Roaches, again, to Hive Tech to work towards Adrenal, maybe even Lurker Tech as well, which I would not be opposed to. We saw Scarlet was very much so embracing fast Lurker Tech against Raynor, if you remember. A lot of Lurker play against Raynor earlier when he was playing Protoss. Meanwhile, it's Trigger, he is pushing. He's cutting workers. I don't see a 4th. No 4th base on the horizon here for Trigger. He's committing to his push on 3 bases. It is going to be an all-in. Scarlet back at home trying to keep up with the Adepts. Trying to, and does lose a drone, but only 1. So far, so good. Stalkers are moving in. Hydroden is on the way for Lurker Tech. Stalkers are still knocking down that front door. And they will force a cancel on this hatchery. Hatchery does go down. There's that Lurker Den on the way. Now, right now, Scarlet is at her most vulnerable. Now is the time to strike here, while Scarlet is working towards Hive and Lurkers as well. As the Oracle does fall. You can see Trigger trying to find a way in. Oh, now throwing down a Bay. This is a late Robotics Bay here from Trigger. A late reaction from our Protoss player. And I am concerned. As again, Scarlet is getting away with taking up, getting away with Lurkers of all things. Vipers on the way. Hive Tech is done, of course. With the completion of this Lurker Den, we can invest into the Lurker upgrades. And there it is. We have Seismic Spines being researched alongside Vipers. Vipers are on the way. So Scarlet, she's kind of developing an anti-ground toss army. Meanwhile, Trigger is investing into a ground toss army. That's which is not what you want to be seeing here from the Protoss side of things. Now he's getting to a second Robo into Colossus production. The Immortal count just isn't high enough. There are 2 Immortals, which is nice and all, but ideally we need more. Show us the yoinks! We get 1, we get 2, we get both Immortals. They both get plucked out of the army. Trigger in a lot of trouble. Scarlet about to max out. Trigger pushing with Blink. Charges on the way, +2 attack as well. So far, good trades with these Stalkers. But it's just not going to be enough to break through. There's just too many reinforcements on the way. Scarlet, her economy is just too great. Trigger down 20 workers. And down 20 army supply as well. We do have a bit of concave though. Trigger with a pretty impressive concave, able to collapse on the left hand side. But the Lurkers are going ham. The Colossi, they're being forced further and further back as well. Scarlet takes a massive fight. Will lose her Lurkers here towards the north, but is remaxing on more Roaches, on more Hydras. Scarlet may have lost a big chunk of her army, but she should not lose her economy. Should not happen. As I say that, we're going for the base. We are going for the hatchery here. So far, good juggling out of Trigger, trading as efficiently as possible. But he's just not doing enough damage. And Scarlet is snowballing out of control. Gets on top of the army, gets on top of the Stalkers, and is barely breaking through. And again, there's nothing behind this. There's no Immortals, no Disruptor, there's no Colossus. Biles, they connect, they bring down a Stasis, or they bring down a Prism. Stasis Trap is still there. Hoping to be triggered. Not quite going to be able to. With that, the game will settle, and you can see the Trigger is falling further and further behind. Barely an economy to speak of. Lost far too many Stalkers. And Scarlet is just securing herself. Scarlet just securing herself here with Spine Crawlers, Lurkers, Adaptive Talons on the way. 4th base is being taken. But in this lull period, I do want to say that Scarlet is most favored here. I mean, she's fine. Like, has Ravagers, Lurkers, plenty to deal with, plenty to force Micro out of our opponents. Plenty is available. Trigger trying to gain as much value as he can with these units. Picks up an Overseer. Not bad. It's an Overseer for his troubles. We'll pull back. But we're just kind of waiting here for Scar to max out at this point, which is about to happen. We're maxing out. We're pushing right through the center. The base is exposed. We force a recall. Recall here to race back home, but we recall with half of the army. The base will still go down. At the same time, Trigger out of the map with barely anything. There's two Disruptors and a Colossus. And remember, we just recalled back home. Oh, big Novas here on those Lurkers. Zealot run by is deflected, but this hatchery is going to be going down. Meanwhile, Scarlet, do we pull back home? It looks like the answer is yes, we do turn back around. Disruptor's going to be buying some time. 25 drone. Oh my god. 25 workers. Pretty good damage. Good damage done there by those Zealots. Or by those Marines. Marines? Wait, what? Zealots even. The Protoss Marine pack. As the Roach is going to be able to push on forward. You do catch a couple of these Archons. Ooh, that was an expensive loss for Trigger. An expensive counterattack. Speaking of expensive, Trigger has to be very wary of how he trades, of what he throws away. As Lings, they do get eyes on the would-be 4th. And Scarlet, her goal is to deny the 4th over and over again, just to starve out the Protoss. Again, Trigger knows that. Knows he's at a bit of a disadvantage here. Can we bring this out in the end? Here we go, Trigger pushing up the ramp. As a comparable army size is struggling economically, struggling with his workers, but overall does maintain himself. And it's pushing in. How many disruptors? 4. Okay, if every Nova connects, we can maybe take a miracle fight here. And maybe deal with what Scarlet has, but that's gonna be a big if. It's gonna be a big if here for Scarlet, or for Trigger. Does rotate around. Gets a kill on a base. Novas go off. Scarlet just one step behind here. Rotates around, does take a Nova to the face. Does yoink a couple of those units. An Immortal and a Disruptor. Not bad. Scarlet is just positioning, expanding towards the south, towards the north, taking more bases. Trigger being forced to recall back home. Big Roach counterattack. Now we do have to recall, do have to respect it. The Cyber Core is going to fall. And unlike what we saw from Raynor, Trigger, he has no Skytoss transition. It's not going to be happening, not from here. Doesn't have the economy for it. So we are trying to push in. God, the Vipers are coming. We get 1, we get 2. Yeah, we're getting all the disruptors at this point. Even the High Templar. Oh my god. Scarlet, calm down. We do pick up the High Templar as well. Trigger pushing up on the left hand side. Pushing on forward. Has been scouted, has been seen. Uh-oh. Scarlet trying to keep up here with Trigger. Never goes off. Big connect. Oh my god. Big juicy connection there on the army. Trigger getting another base up and running. Trigger, he's got a shot here. Again, if we land a couple more of those Novas. That's all we need. Can we get those? We blink on forward. We shut down some of those reinforcing units. Oh my god, once again, big connection on the Roaches. For a Disruptor. But regardless, really efficient trades here from Scarlet. Oh my god, once again, another big Nova on the Lurkers. Meanwhile, the ground army just pushed towards the last mining base here of Scarlet. One of the most important mining bases, as the base is going to fall. The mineral line as well. The Ultras, I mean, the Archons, they do waddle into those Lurkers, unfortunately. They do get shut down. While at the same time, Scarlet going for a big Roach counterattack. Likewise, Zelt's also pushing towards the south. Mining is being denied. But Trigger, he doesn't care. He's going to keep on pushing. He's going to try to. We did lose 36 drones at the same time. Oh god! These Novas have been crazy. The Novas have been insane. It's still not enough to win a big fight, but still enough to make things close. Uncomfortably close. As we do get on top of this southern base, Hatchery is going to be going down. At the same time, Zelaramba hit towards the north. We do get into the mineral line. Drones are falling as well. 50 drones fall. Scarlet losing a bit too much. Losing far too much at this point. Is it enough to come back though? Has Trigger clawed his way back into this game? He has one full mining base towards the south. He's dealing with those Roaches. Slowly but surely. Trigger, he has a chance. Does have a chance. Storm not done, so we're relying on feedbacks from those High Templar instead. We're ending a push. Zelaramba comes in. We deny the northern base once again. Keeping the Zerg player on 4 bases. Barely 4 bases. Here we we go. Scarlet getting ready for his dive. Trigger getting ready for his dive. Scarlet getting ready to receive. Sorry, I'm so tired. That's why I said Marine earlier. Not good. Trigger rotating around. I mean, to be fair, like, as the game has been progressing, like, Trigger is making a game out of this. Like, denying bases over and over again, getting some really juicy Novas as well. Trigger has been trading well. Scarlet struggling to keep up, but has a lot of Vipers. I think in a head-to-head fight, I think I still favor Scarlet with all these abductions. Speaking of, well, what do we got? Big yoinks here on almost every single disruptor. Archons as well. 2 disruptors do fall. And we still have energy left over. Trigger looking for another way in. Rotates around. Does have detection with his army. Will collapse on these lurkers. 1, 2, 3 lurkers going to be going down. Nova goes off. Big connection. But 1 Nova is not good enough. 1 good connection, not enough to win a fight. Trigger in a lot of trouble. Storm is now done. We can zone away the army. Good Novas. Good Novas here. That's Trigger still dancing with the army, looking for a way in. But will not find any. Now, unfortunately, Scarlet, because she's very lurker heavy and very light on lings, it means that she can't really dive on this. We can't. She's having a really hard time engaging and turning this defense into an offense. As a big zealot run by here catches another base, and the hatchery, it's gonna go down. It's gonna fall. Scarlet taking a position here on top of the ramp. Here we go, Scarlet. Do we finally commit? Very slow, methodical play. Big feedbacks! Oh my god. Good feedbacks there from Trigger. Scarlet still struggling to hold on. Still is struggling here. Scarlet is going to be pulling back. Like Trigger struggling to hold on. Nova goes off, and another good connection here on those lurkers. With an eye base. Again, Scarlet, she can just yoink whatever she wants into this army. Will clean anything up that does get close to these lurkers. So really efficient trades here from Scarlet overall. Has been struggling to get these bases up and running, is I think what I was trying to say earlier. These bases, they have been shut down over and over again. The economy of Scarlet isn't amazing. Down on 62 workers. That's another big reason as to why this game is actually closer than it should be, is the lack of economy for Scarlet. But she takes the center base. And Trigger is expanding towards Scarlet. This is not a safe location to take. This is not a safe nexus. Ay, ay, ay. Trigger, though, he wants it. He wants the base. Good feedbacks. Good feedbacks. Scarlet goes for a big counterattack instead, maybe forcing a recall. What do we go for? Nova takes out another 2 lurkers. Scarlet gets into the main. Vipers are using some of those Archons and even Disruptors. Oh my god, we're picking up at the army. Almost every Disruptor does go down. Oof, oh my god. Big volleys go off. And again, we can try to dive on this, but Scarlet doesn't want to throw this away. Goes for a big link counterattack, as we did mention. Camping the production, camping that main base. Zealots deflected on the right-hand side. And the Archons, they push in from the left. Only 1 Disruptor is remaining. Only, at most, 2 Storms, if that. There's a for a storm. The storm was thrown down, but alas, everything else is on fire. GG gets called as finally Trigger, he does run out of steam, and Scarlet takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. Again, Scarlet was in control of most of that game, but Trigger, he was able to just find such juicy connections, whether it was a storm or more importantly disruptors. He was gaining so much value, he made it so difficult for Scarlet to actually close that out, to actually win this. Ay, ay, ay. So Trigger did kind of hold on for quite some time, did fall in the end, but was able to have a couple of good moments there. Was maybe trying to slow down and chip away at the stamina of Scarlet, and with that, Scarlet will take the first game. But now we're going to be getting into game number 2 here. We'll see if Trigger can bounce back. We'll see if Trigger can get a little bit more control early on. Remember, he had a really hard time in the mid game against Scarlet. Scarlet was able to rush into lurkers without too much issue. Can Trigger stop that from happening once again? We shall see. I hope Poland is treating you well. Ah, thank you, Iceland, thank you. I mean, I've only been here like a couple of days. I haven't been here too long, but it has been fun. Has been fun so far. These casts are now early in the morning. I say that like at 10 a.m. These casts have been, and they've been taking their toll, but we're holding on, Pac. We're holding on. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Scarlet. Here we go. But again, that was quite a long game on Solaris. Again, for the most part, Scarlet was in a comfortable position as she was able to take up into lurkers very quickly, and she wasn't denied that. She wasn't punished that, or punished for that even. So we had a good kind of like end game there for Scarlet. But despite that, Trigger was doing a great job when it came to the individual fights, the trades, and also when it came to pulling apart the economy of Scarlet. Time and time again, drones were falling, bases were falling. Trigger was achieving a lot, harassing, but just wasn't enough to really, wasn't enough to give him a solid enough lead to snowball from there. So we'll see how Trigger will adjust here in the next game. We're all visiting crew, all of us. As for now, again, just a hatch gas pool opener here from Scarlet. Meanwhile, Trigger back at home, going for a gate expand. Standard openers so far. Standard openers. Yeah. We shall see. Emerging into an Archon. Are you calling me Protoss? You're an animal, Iceland. What are you saying? Ay, ay, ay. As our Overlord Scout's going to be coming in, just getting an eye on the opener, getting an eye on the Nexus timing as well. We have our tech of choice. Once again, Stargate should be a Stargate opener into Oracles once again. Should be triple Oracle into a third base, as we have seen in games past. They need the power overwhelming. Give us the cheat codes. Fun fact, when I was a kid, that's all I did when I played Brood War. So what was it? Power overwhelming. What were the others? There was... I remember pepperoni pizza, but that was an Age of Empires cheat code. But there was a lot of cheat codes. Show me the money. That's it. Show me the money, and show me what the money was like for, like, I think it was like 10,000 gas and 10,000 minerals. There was also there is there's no cow level, I think, and there's also like something black sheep. There was something to get rid of the fog of war. Fog of war. Black, yeah, that's it. Black sheep wool. Yeah, there you go. That's it. That was to get rid of the fog of war. I still kind of remember. What's mine is mine. Minerals only. Breathe. Yeah, I remember there were individual ones, but I just didn't show me the money because it's like I just get everything. Just get it all. Get it all. Unfortunately, I don't think there were any cheat codes like in Age of Empires. Where in Age of Empires you could like spawn in like custom units, like units that like were not a part of the game, like the car with like the bazooka on top and like the Starship Trooper with like the laser guns and stuff like that. I don't think that was a thing in StarCraft, but yeah, that's how we play. The Cobra car. Was that in StarCraft? I never saw that. But here we go. The Oracle is going to be dipping in towards that natural base. Again, Stargate open into Oracle, as you did mention. This time it's going to be a standard follow-up. It's going to be a Twilight Council alongside a Forge. Remember last game it was a Robo-based follow-up instead. Something a little bit more greedier. Ooh, as Scarlet is going for a bit of an earlier Roach Warren. Okay. Around a 4:30 timing for a Roach Warren. I'm curious. I did mention before that last time we saw an early Roach Warren, it's like usually this leads into a Roach-based push. But Scarlet is working also on... there we go. I was going to say is working on a lair, so I'm not convinced. Is now working on Overlord speed as well. Are we going to be cutting workers and going for a big all-in? Or are we just, you know, playing safe here and working towards an Overseer Scout? I want to believe we're going for an all-in. Show us, like, Dropper-Lords, Roaches, and... yeah, I mean, Dropper-Lords, Roaches, yeah, Queen all-in. Let's go. Finally, things make sense. Remember, I did call this earlier when we were casting Mixer versus Hydra, and Mixer was just playing safe. But here, this makes sense. Again, this was a 4:30 Roach Warren. Very early, for no reason. Big scout here from Trigger, though. He does confirm. There it is. Cannons, shield batteries are on the way. He does confirm the all-in that is coming across the map with the timing of the lair and the timing of the Roach Warren. Is preparing back at home. Blink on the way, +1 as well. Trigger is preparing for the all-in. Does he have enough time? And Scarlet, will he have enough here when we do move out? At the same time, Oracles, they do dip in. 4 drones go down. Roaches are pushing. The Queen drop is upon us. Now, the power here of Side Delta is that you can actually avoid the third and go straight for the National, but the Overlord goes down! Queens, they do fall as well. Cobra Car was AU too. There you go. As the Queens, they are going to be dropped here. Creep is spreading. Transfuse is available. We do have the overcharge, though. And the Lynx, they're going down. The Roach is even stuck behind the Queens for a moment. Bile's going to be coming in, but the overcharge does so much work, keeping these Stalkers alive for so long. As we focus down as many Ravagers as we can. Now, we're out of energy here. We're out of shield batteries, but it looks like the cannons are doing work. The cannons, they put in a lot of work. We clean up the Lynx, most of them. Good target firing here at a Trigger. And Trigger, he is barely holding on. He's barely cleaning this up. More Lynx are trickling in, but GG gets called. It's not going to be enough. And Trigger, he holds. He ties up the series 1-1. GG. Oh, good. Oh, boy. GG, well played, Trigger. He survives the all-in. Again, it was so important that Trigger, he saw the Roach Warren. He saw the early Roach Warren. He saw the earlier lair. He's fully aware of what's going on. He was able to prepare in time, throw down a wall of cannons, a wall of shield batteries, and Trigger survives. And that means we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. But fun fact, I played the hell out of AoE 1 back in the day when I was young. And I didn't play Age of Empires 2 until recently, until the they like remastered it like last year, I want to say. Maybe the year before that. Like relatively recently they like remastered AoE 2. That's the first time I played it. I was all about Brood War, Age of Empires 1, and Warcraft 3. And Age of Mythology, that's it. That was the big one. Age of Mythology. Oh, I loved Age of Mythology. That was so much fun. I missed out on AoE too. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game número 3. 2019 AoE. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Definitive edition. That's when I played it. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our Canadian Protoss player tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Zerg player, not Protoss, the blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion, being forced into the ace match. It is Scarlet. Here we go. We have found ourselves in the ace match. Scarlet attempting the all-in. Unfortunately, though, Scarlet was scouted well ahead of time, and Trigger did react beautifully to it. Took it very seriously, threw down, again, the wall of cannons, shield battery, so much tech defense. Really good positioning, really good choice of overcharge moment as well. And Trigger, he was able to, again, survive the assault. But now, how will things unfold here in the ace match in game number 3? This map, kind of known for Roach Queen all-ins, but after it failed in game 2, Scarlet may not want to embrace that in game number 3. Maybe off the table. You know a game that I loved and I wish will come back one day? Battle for Middle-earth. The Lord of the Rings RTS. Oh, that was beautiful. I played Battle for Middle-earth 1 so much as a kid. And eventually, number 2 came out for console, which was kind of weird. Playing an RTS on an Xbox 360 was... I mean, it wasn't bad. I mean, there were a couple of RTSs on the Xbox. There was Command and Conquer, right? On Xbox, there was Battle for Middle-earth and Halo, right? Halo Wars was also on Xbox, which is, yeah, kind of weird when you think about it, but it didn't play too badly on a controller. It played too badly. One day, bring it back. Played a lot of Rise of the Witch King. Oh, lucky. I never played the expansion. I only played the base game. But yeah, it was really cool that there was an expansion to it as well. I think the rough thing right now is I don't think you can buy it anywhere, right? Like, I remember hearing that the license had like lapsed or whatever, and you can't actually get Battle for Middle-earth on Steam. You can't get it on, like, it's not like on Epic Store or like on I don't think it's on GOG. I could be mistaken, but I think it's difficult to get like a legal copy of those games on PC, just because they're like out of print and they're not available like digitally, like to buy. You can pirate it, of course, but like, yeah. Give us a third game. As we're settling into game 3 here, and here in the ace match so far, Trigger going for, again, another Stargate opener into Oracle. We've seen this time and time again. All 3 games so far, standard opener out of Trigger is moving out with those adepts, is going to be threading a shade towards that third. As we do pick up a couple of workers. Just like Civ 2. No. I think you can get it, played it again during COVID. Or maybe that's changed. Maybe you can get it. If so, I'd love to know where. Like, outside of having a physical copy. As the Oracle does head towards that third base, we get a couple of drones, but oh, that's a lot of hull damage dealt to that Oracle. Scarlet in position. Scarlet punishing Trigger quite a bit here. He's going to have to back off. He's going to have to regenerate those shields. And Trigger, where do we take up from here? We have a Twilight Council on the way. We should be getting a Forge alongside this. There's no Forge. This looks like Glaive Adepts. This looks like Glaive Adepts. This could be the Hearthstone opener, where you go for a delayed forge instead. But here we go. We have 3 more drones going down. The lack of forge is concerning here. This screams Glaive Adepts from Trigger. We'll see if he does embrace it. Meanwhile, Oracle dipping in from behind. It does get another, or does try to get another drone. Scarlet minimizes her losses and show us the upgrade. It is going to be Blink. Okay, we have delayed forge here from Trigger. We should be working toward it soon. Just a little bit later than normal. So interesting here is that's a decent amount of gateways. That's going to be 6 gates in total. Trigger. Okay, so I was talking about how like this should be a late forge. The forge should have been thrown down by now. The forge should be here. It's not here. This looks like a 3-base all-in. That's a lot of gateways. This is going to be 6 gates in total. 6 gates here between the 3 bases. I wouldn't be surprised if we throw down 2 more. I would not be surprised if we throw down the 7th and 8th gateway and go for an 8-gate Blink Stalker all-in, 3-base Blink all-in. It's been a long time. This used to be very trendy, like maybe June of last year. It used to be very trendy, the last map pool. But I haven't seen this in a long time. So show us what you got. Stalkers are moving out. Stasis traps are being set up behind this. Lings are amassing back at home. Scarlet not over-droning, taking this very seriously. But the army is here. We're looking to deny this base. Hatchery taking a lot of damage. And that Stalker count is going to get higher and higher behind this. And we let the base finish. Flush Transfuse. Transfuse barely keeps us alive. Stasis trap does go off. Oh, and Scarlet may lose this hatchery. It's getting so very low and there's so little to defend. We have 26 more leads in production. Another Stasis trap goes off. And Trigger may have too much here. Lings, they trickle on in. Scarlet barely forcing this back. Stasis trap runs out. And yeah, we have enough Lings. We're going to be able to get us around. We shut this down in the end. Oracles are going ham, but we have Queens to support. Ooh, and expensive losses for Trigger. Ay, ay, ay. This is disastrous. This is too much, as too many Stalkers are going down. The reason why I say this is a Trigger. He doesn't have a Forge, doesn't have a Robo, he does have a Robo now. Now he's transitioning into second Robo and a Robotics Bay. But this was not the initial plan. This had to do more damage. This needed to do more damage to allow for, I mean, again, Trigger, he just wasn't working on the next step. Doesn't have a 4th, delayed tech, no upgrades. Trigger is in a rough position. Now he takes a 4th base, and now he's stuck at home. And Scarlet gets away with Hive. Hive is on the way for Adrenal. This looks like Scarlet wants to go Ling into Ultra. It looks like Ling Ultra out of Scarlet. No Hydroden, no Spire, not yet. We should have a Hydroden by now to get into Hydra Lurker. But the lack of Hydroden and +2 melee feels like Ultras. This feels like Ultras out of Scarlet. Stalker's pushing in. Force back. The Forge finally on the way at almost the 7-minute mark. We have a Forge. Colossus production has commenced. Hive is soon about to finish, and then we can soon see what kind of tech we're working with that Hive. This Trigger does push forward. I mean, we are getting into a lot of Colossi, which will help against the Ling Bane. That is true. Less so against the Ultras. There it is. Adrenal is on the way. Hive is now done, and there is that Ultra Cavern, as we were saying. Again, Ling Bane into Ultra is something that you can get away with in this matchup if you have map control. And after Scarlet cleaned up all those Stalkers, map control is exactly what Scarlet had. Or has even. Ling Bane run by being set up. Trigger rotating over towards the right-hand side. Trigger is in position to protect the space, but Trigger has no idea what's happening. Because he hasn't scouted the tech, because he doesn't see the Hive or the Ultra Cavern, he doesn't know he needs Immortals or even Sky Toss. As Lings collapse on that army, Banelings, they roll in, but they crash into site defense. +1 is depowered. More Banelings on the way. And that Ultra Cavern just finished. Kindness Plating now in production. Now, it's going to take a while. It takes a while to get into all the upgrades, right? Like, Kindness Plating, Ultra Speed. Bailey's they waddle in and Trigger's he paying attention. He's not paying attention. No! He's not looking. He's not looking, and big connections here in the middle line. 11 probes go down at the same time. We are pushing in. We have to. 11 workers do fall as we waddle into the natural. 15 probes. Meanwhile, Trigger focusing on his main push. He will kill this hatchery. The base will fall. We have 6 ultras on the way. Lings, they do collapse here on the third base. We get a kill on the robo. The army turns back around for a moment. But now we keep on pushing. We're almost going for a base trade at this point. Like, Trigger doesn't have much at home to defend. Stasis traps are being baited out. Oh, and the stasis traps, they do nothing against the ultras. They don't connect. They connect with the queens. As again, ultras, they are massive units. They cannot be stasis. Ultras are revealed. We're barely holding on. Ling run by doesn't achieve too much. But again, the ultras, they are gaining a lot of ground here. And we are pushing in. Trigger trying to take a head-on fight, but against ultras, that's not going to happen. Clutch juggling. When we lose one Colossus, we're going to lose another as well. The ultras, they're getting out of hand. They're getting out of control. Not the cleanest of trades for Scarlets. There's no, like, surround. There's no vipers. There's no fungal growths. But an efficient trade nonetheless. And behind this Trigger, still only on 3 bases. Still 0 mining here at the third. He's relying heavily on the fourth instead. Behind this, we're just building up more of an army. More ultras, lings. We have a couple of infestors, a couple of vipers. Spellcasters are being incorporated. Not the best use of them though, as we do throw down a blinding cloud. Run by heading towards that third though. We're going for another kill. We're forcing recall, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Yeah, as we get a kill on the next as the recall does nothing. Cleans up the lings. And Trigger is being pulled apart. Behind this, Scarlet maxing out on Ling Ultra, or Ling Bane Ultra. Now this usually leads into Spire play, like you can throw down a Spire, start working towards Mutas, or Corruptors, or Broodlords. That can pair well with Ultras. Just because we're getting out of each other's way. While Trigger pushing in on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Bailey's they roll it again. 9 more probes go down. We barely have an economy to begin with as we get Lings into the natural and towards the main base. Probes are falling left and right, and we collapse on the main army. We're looking for a big fungal. We do connect. Oof. Big swipe's going to be going off here. The Colossi, we're going to be dropping as much as we can. We swipe away at the army, but we lose 22 probes here in the main base. Trigger's economy is in shambles, and he barely has an army to speak of. Takes down an Ultra, takes down a second, but we're being forced further and further back into our lost mining bases. Again, Trigger just had a rough start. Remember, he started off with a mass amount of gateways with a blink timing that was so committed. We delayed so much tech, we had to get damage done. And Trigger did not kill the fourth. From that moment, the fourth is still low from earlier, by the way, but it's still alive. That's what matters. And Trigger fell behind immediately after he was cleaned up, after he did not kill that base, after he didn't trade well enough with the army. GG gets called, and Scarlet will take the series 2-1, taking down Trigger. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Scarlet. I was concerned when it came to the Stalker push. That was the scariest moment for Scarlet. The scariest moment was that Stalker push at the fourth base, or even at the third. And we saw that it just barely wasn't enough. The stasis traps weren't bad. The stasis traps were not bad whatsoever. Queens were falling, but the base barely held on. And transfuses were going off, keeping the hatchery alive. And Scarlet, after that initial hold, if you remember, that immediately led into Hive tech. That immediately led into Hive, into Ultras, into another base, into yeah, the Lingbane Ultra as a composition, and Scarlet was able to get away with a bit of greed, essentially. Like, it is quite a greedy way to play. As you can imagine, Lingbane into Ultra, like, you lack anti-air, you lack a lot of you lack a robust army in the mid game. You leave yourself vulnerable to attacks like that. But we saw that because Trigger was so committed with his Blink Stalkers, afterwards he had to back off. He had to retreat. He had to stay back at home, as Scarlet did take advantage of Trigger. Chi, well played. And with that, that wraps up our group. That wraps up Group D here for HomeStory Cup 24. Again, we were catching up with some of those replays, and we have since caught up. There it is. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. No longer any spoilers because we have wrapped up. We have completed every single group, Group A all the way to Group D, and we had quite a day of StarCraft here today. We had Mixu popping off against Trigger. It was a pretty big result. Oh, also, Mixu had a pretty big result against Trigger. Was able to bring him down to go to the ace match, but that was a big win for Mixu. We had Raynor flexing his Protoss, once again showing us why he's not fond of ZVZ and why he's fond of whipping out the Protoss against other Zerg players. Did have a very powerful result. Hero Marine cloud all over Raynor. If you missed out on it, Hero Marine, he played mech every game. 2 games in a row, he played Mass Cyclone. With quite a bit of success, as you can imagine. Quite a bit of success. He just clowned all over Raynor with the Cyclowns, papi. Which was a lot of fun. We had Mixer versus Hydra. Again, shout out to Hydra for forcing an ace match and taking a game over Mixu. It was purely 2 base all-ins, but a fun series nonetheless. And we ended the night with some Canadian on Canadian action with Scarlet versus Trigger. And again, we had a lot of fun with this series as well. I do apologize if I was a little bit low energy, especially game 1 of Trigger versus Scarlet. And even before that, I just haven't been getting a lot of sleep. And that's just a little bit tired. A little bit. That's all good. Hope you all enjoyed nonetheless. Oh. You missed Hero Marine versus Raynor? Oh, no. Check out the VOD. It was good. It was good games. It was fun. Was a lot of fun. Good morning, Daddy Boy. Good morning. With that, thanks so much everyone for watching. Thanks so much everyone for watching. Thanks so much everyone for the support. We do appreciate it. I am going to be heading off for now. Going to be heading off for the night. We are going to be wrapping things up here. We have finally finished up the group stage of HomeStory Cup, and yeah, our next broadcast I believe is going to be tomorrow. Let me just double check the calendar here. Let me just double check. And yes, tomorrow is going to be Hatchery Cup. Tomorrow in 26 hours. In 26 hours time, we're going to be live here on the CranKy Ducklings with the Hatchery Cup. It's going to be an open tournament here. Mainly European focused, but open to all players. So keep an eye out for the Hatchery Cup. After that, we may be able to get into a little bit of the Infolet 2024 Monthly Cup. Those wondering what the hell that is a Polish-only tournament. It is a Polish monthly tournament, which actually has a distinct rule set. I believe you can only off-race. I believe off-racing is kind of the name of the game in that monthly tournament. So, yeah, we're going to try to embrace that. We're going to try to catch that after Hatchery Cup. It is overlapping with that tournament, so unfortunately we can't really cast all of both. Oh, but there you go. Kuro letting us know in the chat. You have to off-race if you're above 6k. So if you're a pro gamer, you have to off-race, basically. So, yeah. But all the pro gamers going to be off-racing there. And, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more chaotic. It's going to be a little bit more chill, less serious. But, you know, we'll see if we can catch some of it. We'll see if we can. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. Shout out to I see Istan in the chat. I see Dazzy-bot. Wormsick, Jendobit. Oh, Wormsick, are you going to IM? Papi. Might see you there. Might see you there. Jan Paul as well. Oh, Jan Paul. Get that. It's been a while. It's been a while. Hope you've been doing well. Hope you've been doing well. But yeah, with that, we are going to be wrapping up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. Thank you so much everyone for watching. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we will see you guys next time. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Until then, thanks so much for watching. Here, Marine Toad Rainer. Yeah, the Cyclone. he introduced Rainer to the new Cyclone, and Rainer didn't like it. He didn't like it, Papi. It's okay. It was fun. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Bye, everyone. Bye. See you tomorrow.